И потом позже я проверю, чтобы все вещи были на своих местах. Обязательно так шуметь?
Я не шевелю.
Почему нельзя его брать по-быстрому, а потом ты можешь идти в спальню и там шуметь? Светлана. Нет, не могу я это вернуть на место. Ты можешь оставить это у себя на столе. Ты можешь успокоиться, пожалуйста? Я не понимаю, сколько раз тебе спрашивать? Просто уберись по-быстрому, а потом можешь играться. Или ты собираешься весь день убирать свои игрушки? Ты сейчас мусор собираешь, что ли? Или что ты собираешь? War of the Ancients. The Well of Eternity. Coriel Straz reached the shores of Kalimdor late in the day. He and Ronan paused only to eat, the dragon imbibing in the fair away from the wizard's sight, and then set off again for the vast mountain chain that covered much of the western regions of the land. Coriel Straz flew with more and more urgency as they neared their goal. He had not told Ronan that every now and then he attempted to contact Nosdormu, attempted and failed. Soon, however, that would not matter, for they would know first-hand what had so distressed the aspect of time. "That beak!" Ronan shouted, Although he had slept again, he hardly felt fresh. Nightmares concerning the sinister island had haunted his dreams. I recognized the peak, the dragon nodded. It was the final landmark. It was the final landmark before their destination. Had he not seen it at the same time as his rider, he would have nonetheless sensed the wrongness in the very fabric of reality, and that meant something terrible indeed awaited them. Despite that certainty, the Leviathan only picked up his pace. There was no other choice. Whatever lay ahead, the only ones who might stop it were him and the tiny human figure he carried. But while the sharp eyes of man and dragon had sighted their destination, they failed to notice eyes that had sighted them in turn. A red dragon, grumbled first Orc. A red dragon with a rider. One of us, Brox? Asked the second. Another orc, Brock snorted at his companion. The other orc was young, too young to have been much use in the war against the Legion, and he certainly would not have remembered when it had been orcs, not humans, who had ridden such beasts. Gaskell only knew the stories, the legends. Gaskell, you fool! The only way a dragon would carry an orc these days would be in his belly. Gaskell shrugged, unconcerned. He looked every inch the proud orc warrior, tall and muscular with a rough greenish hide and two good-sized tusks thrusting upward from his broad lower jaw. He had the squat nose and thick, bushy brow of an orc and a mane of dark hair trailing down between his shoulders. In one meaty hand, Gaskell hefted a huge war axe, while with the other he clutched the strap of his goatskin backpack. Like Brock's, he was clad in a thick fur cloak under which he wore a leather kilt and sandals wrapped in cloth to preserve heat. A hardy race. Orcs could survive any element, but high in the mountains, even they required more warmth. Brock's, too, was a proud warrior, but time had beaten at him as no other enemy could. He stood several inches shorter than Gaskell, part of that due to a slight but permanent stoop. The veteran warriors in Maine had thinned and started going gray. Scars and lines of age had ravaged his wide, bullish visage, and, unlike his youthful companion, the constant expression of eagerness had given way to thoughtful distrust and weariness. Hefting his well-worn warhammer, Brox trudged through the deep snow. They're heading for the same place as us. Horan? How do you know that? Where else would they be going here? Finding no argument, Gaskell quieted, giving Brox the chance to think about the reason that had sent both of them to this desolate place. He had not been there when the old shaman had come to Thrall seeking an immediate audience, but he had heard the details. Naturally, Thrall had acquiesced. What? For he very much followed reason. For he very much followed the old ways, and considered Kaldar a sage advisor. If Kaldar needed to see him immediately, it could only be for a very good reason, or a very bad one. With the aid of two Thrall's guards, Weird Kaldar entered and took a seat before the towering war chief. Out of respect for the elder, Thrall sat on the floor, enabling the eyes of both to meet at the same level. Across Thrall's folded legs lay the massive square-headed Doomhammer, bane of the Horde's enemies for generations. The new war chief of the orcs was broad-shouldered, muscular, and for his position, relatively young. No one doubted Thrall's ability to rule, however. He had taken the orcs from the internment camps and given them back their honor and pride. He had made a pact with the humans which brought about the chance for the horde to begin life anew. The people already sang songs of him that would be passed down generation after generation. Clad in thick ebony plate armor etched in bronze, handed down to him along with a huge weapon by his predecessor, the legendary Orgrim Doomhammer, the greatest of warriors bent his head low and humbly asked, How may I assist you who honor my presence, Great One? Only by listening, Kaldar returned, and by truly listening. The strong-jawed war chief leaned forward, his startling and very rare blue eyes considered a portent of destiny by his people, narrowed in anticipation. In his journey from slave and gladiator to ruler, Thrall had studied the path of the shaman, even mastering some of the skills. He more than most understood that when Kaldar talked so, he did with good reason, and so the shaman told Thrall of the vision of the funnel and how time seemed a plaything to it. He told him of the voices and their warnings, told him about the wrongness he had felt, told Thrall what he feared would happen if the situation was left unchecked. When Kaldar finished, the warchief leaned back. Around his throat he wore a single medallion upon which had been inscribed in gold an axe and hammer. His eyes revealed the quick wit and intelligence that marked him as a capable leader. When he moved not as a brutish orc might, but with a grace and poise more akin to a human or an elf. This smells of magic, he rumbled. Meg magic. Something for wizards, maybe. They may know already, returned Kaldar, but we cannot afford to wait for them, great war chief. Thrall understood. You would have me send someone to this place you saw. It would seem most prudent, at least so we may know what we face. The war chief rubbed his chin. I think I know who. A good warrior. He looked to the guards. Brox, get me Brox. And so Brox had been summoned and told his mission. Thrall respected Brox highly, for the older warrior had been a hero of the last war, the only survivor of a band of brave fighters holding a critical pass against demons. With his war hammer, Brox himself had caved in the skulls of more than a dozen of the fiery foes. His last comrade had died, cleaved in two, just as reinforcements had arrived to save the day. Scarred, covered in blood, and standing alone amid the carnage, Brox had appeared to the newcomers as a vision out of the old tales of his race. His name became almost as honored as that of Thrall, but it was more than the veteran's name that garnered the respect of the war chief and made him Thrall's choice. Thrall knew that Brox was like him, a warrior who fought with his head as well as his arm. The orc leader could not send an army into the mountains. He needed to trust the search to one or two skilled fighters who could then report their findings to him. Gaskell was chosen to accompany Brox because of his swiftness and absolute obedience to orders. The younger orc was part of the new generation that would grow up in relative peace with the other races. Brox was glad to have the able fighter at his side. The shaman had so perfectly described the route for the mountains that the pair were well ahead of the estimated time the trek should have taken. By Brox's reckoning, their goal lay just beyond the next ridge, exactly where the dragon and rider had vanished. Brox's grip on his hammer tightened. The orcs had agreed to peace But he and Gascal would fight if need be, even if it meant their certain deaths. The older warrior forced away the grim smile that nearly placed across his face at the last thought. Yes, he would be willing to fight to the death. What Thrall had not known when he summoned the war hero to him had been that Brock suffered from terrible guilt that had eaten at his soul since that day in the past. They had all perished, all but Brock's, and he could not understand that. He felt guilty for being alive, for not dying valiantly with his comrades. To him, his still being alive was a matter of shame, of failure to give his all they had done. Since that time, he had waited and hoped for some opportunity to redeem himself and die. Now perhaps the fates had granted him that. "Get a move on," he ordered Gascal. "We can reach them before they get settled in." Now he allowed himself a wide grin, wondered his companion would read his typical orc enthusiasm. "And if they give us any trouble, we'll make them think the entire horde is on the rampage again." If the island upon which they had landed seemed a dire place, the mountain pass on which they now descended simply felt wrong. That was the best word Ronan could use to describe the sensations flowing through him. Whatever they sought, it should not be. It was as if the very fabric of reality had made some terrible error. The intensity of the feeling was such that the wizard, who had faced every conceivable nightmare, wanted the dragon to turn back. He said nothing, though recalling how he had already revealed his uncertainties on the island. Corelstraz might already regret summoning him. The crimson behemoth arched his wings as he dropped the final distance. His massive paws sank into the snow as he sought a stable landing area. Ronan clutched the dragon's neck tightly. He felt every vibration and hoped his grip would last. His pack bounced against his back, pummeling him. At last Corelstraz came to a halt. The reptilian visage turned the wizard's way. Are you well?" As well as I could be," gasped Ronan. He had made dragon flights before, but not for so long. Either Corelstraz knew his passenger was still weary, or the dragon himself also needed rest after such a monumental trek. "We shall remain here for a few hours. Gather our strength. I sense no change in the emanations I feel. We should have the time to recoup. It would be the wisest choice." "I won't be arguing with you," Ronan answered, sliding off. The wind blew harshly through the mountains, and the high peaks left much shadow, but with the aid of some magic and an overhang, the wizard managed to keep warm enough. While he tried to stretch the kinks out of his body, Corelstraz strode along the pass, scouting the area. The behemoth vanished some distance ahead as the path curved. Hood draping his head, Ronan dozed. This time his thoughts filled with good images, true images of Verissa and the upcoming birth. The wizard smiled, thinking of his return. He woke at the sound of approach. To Ronan's surprise, it was not the dragon Corelstraz who turned to him, but rather the cowled, robed figure of Crassus. In response to the human's widening eyes, the dragon mage explained, "There are several unstable areas nearby. This form is less likely to cause them to collapse. I can always transform again should the need arise." "Did you find anything?" The not quite elven face pursed. "I sense the aspect of time. He is here, and yet he is not. I am disturbed by that. Should we start?" But before Ronan could finish, a horrific yowl echoed harshly through the mountain chain. The sound set every nerve of the wizard on edge. Even Crassus looked perturbed. "What was that?" asked Ronan. "I do not know." The dragon mage drew himself up. "We should move on. Our goal lies not far away." "We're not flying?" "A sense that what we seek, lies within a narrow passage between the next mountains. A dragon would not fit, but two small travelers would." With Crassus leading, the pair headed northeast. Ronan's companion appeared unbothered by the cold, though the human had to enhance the protective spell on his clothes. Even then he felt the chill of the land upon his face and fingers. Before long they came upon the beginning of the passage Crassus had mentioned. Ronan saw now what the other meant. The passage was little more than a cramped corridor. Half a dozen men could walk side by side through it without feeling constricted, but a dragon attempting to enter would have barely been able to get its head in, much less its gargantuan body. The high, steep sides also created even thicker shadows, making Ronan wonder if the two might need to create some sort of illumination along the way. Crassus pressed on without hesitation, certain of their path. He moved faster and faster, almost if possessed. The wind howled even harder for the natural corridor, its intensity building as they journeyed. Only human Ronan had to struggle to keep pace with his former patron. "Are we almost there?" he finally called. "Soon. It lies only..." Crassus paused. "What is it?" The dragon mage focused inwardly, frowning. It is not exactly where it should be anymore." "It moved?" "That would be my assumption." "Is it supposed to do that?" the fiery-haired wizard asked, squinting down the dark path ahead. "You are under the misconception that I know perfectly what to expect, Ronan. I understand little more than you." That did not at all please the human. "So what do you suggest we do?" The eyes of the inhuman mage literally flared as he contemplated the question. "Oh, inhuman, yeah. We go on, that is all we can do." But only a short distance ahead they came across a new obstacle of sorts, one that Crassus had been unable to foresee from high up in the air. The passage split off in two directions, and while it was possible that they emerged further on, the pair could not assume that. Crassus eyed both paths. "They each run near our goal, but I cannot sense which lies closer. We need to investigate both." "Do we separate?" "I would prefer not to, but we must. We will each journey 500 paces in, then turn back and meet here. Hopefully we will then have a better sense of which to take." Taking the corridor to the left, Ronan followed Crassus's instructions. As he rapidly counted off paces, he soon determined that his choice had potential. Not only did it greatly widen ahead, but the wizard thought he sensed the disturbance better than ever. While Crassus's abilities were more acute than his, even a novice could sense the wrongness that now pervaded the region beyond. But despite his confidence in his choice, Ronan did not yet turn around. Curiosity drove him on. Surely a few steps more would hardly matter. He had barely taken more than one, however, when he sensed something new, something quite disturbing. Ronan paused, trying to detect what felt different about the anomaly. It was moving, There was more to his anxiety than that alone. It was moving toward him, and rapidly. He felt it before he saw it, felt as if all time compressed, then stretched, then compressed again. Ronan felt old, young, and every moment of life in between. Overwhelmed, the wizard hesitated, and the darkness before him gave way to a myriad flaring of colors, some of which he had never seen before. A continuing explosion of elemental energy filled both empty air and solid rock, rising to fantastic heights. Ronan's limited mind saw it best as a looming, fiery flower that bloomed, burned away, and bloomed again, and with each blooming grew more and more imposing. As it neared, he finally came to his senses. As it neared, he finally came to his senses. Whirling, the mage ran. Sounds assailed his ears. Voices, music, thunder, birds, water, everything. Despite his fears that it would overtake him, the phenomenal display fell behind. Ronan did not stop running, fearing that at any moment it would surge forward and envelop him. Crassus surely had to have sensed the latest shift. He had to be hurrying to meet Ronan. Together they would devise some way in which to... A terrible howl echoed through the pass. A massive, 8-legged lupin form dropped down on him. Had he been other than what he was, the wizard would have perished there. The meal of a savage, saber-toothed creature with 4 gleaming green eyes to go with its 8 clawed limbs. The monstrous wolf creature brought him down, but Ronan, having magicked his garments to better protect him from the elements, proved a hard nut to crack. The claws scraped at the cloak it should have readily tattered, only to have instead one nail snap off. Grey fur standing on end, the beast howled its frustration. Ronan took the opening, casting a simple but effective spell that had saved him in the past. A cacophony of light burst before the creature's emerald orbs, both blinding and startling it. It ducked back, swatting uselessly at flashing patterns. Dragging himself out of reach, Ronan rose. There was no chance of flight. That would only serve to turn his back on the beast, and his protective spell was already weakening. A few more slashes, and the claws would be ripping the wizard to the bone. Fire had worked against the ghoul on the island, and Ronan saw no reason why such tried and true spell would not benefit him again. He muttered the words, which inexplicably came out in reverse. Worse, Ronan found himself moving backward, returning to the wild claws of the blind beast. Time had turned in on itself. But how? The answer materialized from further in the passage. Crassus's anomaly had caught up. Ghostly images fluttered by Ronan. But Ronan could not answer. He flailed around and around, tossed about like a leaf in a tornado. With each revolution, he flew faster and What? Oh! Ghostly images fluttered by Ronan. Knights riding into battle. A wedding scene. A storm over the sea. Orcs uttering war chants around the fire. Strange creatures locked in combat. Suddenly he could move forward again. Ronan darted out of the beast's reach, then turned to face it again. This time he did not hesitate casting his spell. The flame burst forth in the form of a great hand, but as they neared the monstrous creature, they slowed, then stopped, frozen in time. Swearing, Ronan started another spell. The 8-legged horror leaped around the frozen fire, howling as it charged the human. Ronan cast. The earth beneath the abomination exploded, a storm of dirt rising up and covering the lupin creature. It howled again, and despite the intense forces against it, struggled toward the mage. A crust formed over the legs and torso. The mouth shut tight as a layer of rock-solid earth sealed it. One by one, the inhuman orbs were covered by a film of dust. Just a few feet from its victim, the creature stilled. To all appearances, it now seemed but a perfectly cast statue, not the actual monster itself. At that moment, Cress's voice filled Ronan's head. "At last!" the dragon mage called. "Ronan, the disturbance is expanding. It's almost upon you." Distracted by the fearsome beast, the wizard had not glanced at the anomaly. When he did, his eyes widened. It filled the space 10 times higher and, no doubt, 10 times wider than the past. Solid rock meant nothing to it. The anomaly simply passed through it as if it did not exist. Yet in its wake the landscape changed. Some of the rock looked more weathered, while other portions appeared as if newly culled from the titanic throes of birth. The worst transformation seemed to take place wherever the edges of the fiery flower touched. Ronan did not want to think what would happen to him if the thing touched him. He started running again. Its movement and growth have suddenly expanded much faster for reasons I do not understand. For reasons. Then it's a stop. "I do not understand," Crassus went on. "I fear I will not reach you in time. You must cast a spell of teleportation." "My spell doesn't always work the way it should," he responded. "The anomaly is affecting it." "We will stay linked. That should help strengthen your casting. I will guide you to me and we can regroup." Ronan did not care to teleport himself to places he had never seen, the inherent risk being that of ending up encased in a mountain. But with Crassus linked to him, the task would be a much simpler one. He focused on Crassus, picturing the dragon mage. The spell began to form. Ronan felt the world around him shift. The fiery blossom suddenly expanded to nearly twice its previous dimensions. Only too late did Ronan realize why. It was reacting to the use of magic. His magic. He wanted to stop the spell, but it was already too late. "Crassus! Break the link! Break it before you're also..." The anomaly swallowed him. "Ronan!" But Ronan could not answer. He fled around and around, tossed about like a leaf in a tornado. With each revolution he flew faster and faster. The sounds and sights again assailed him. He saw past, present, and future, and understood each for what it was. He caught a glimpse of the petrified beast as it flew wildly past him into what could only be described as a whirlpool in time. Other things flew by, random objects, and even creatures. An entire ship, its sails tattered, its hull crushed in near the bow, soared by, vanishing. A tree on which still perched a flock of birds followed. In the distance, a kraken 50 feet in length from tip of head to end of a tentacle reached out but failed to drag Ronan along before vanishing with the rest. From somewhere came Crassus' faint voice. "Ronan," he answered, but there was no reply. The whirlpool filled his gaze, and as it sucked him in, Ronan's last thoughts were of Versa and the children he would never know. Fourth chapter of War of the Ancients, the Well of Eternity. He sensed the slow but steady growth of the leaves, the branches, and the roots. He sensed the timeless wisdom, the eternal thoughts within. Each giant had its own unique signature, as was true with any individual. "They are the guardians of the forest," came his mentor's voice. "They are the guardians of the forest," came his mentor's voice. "They are as much as its soul as I. They are the forest." A pause. "Now, come back to us, Malfurion. Oh, come back to us." And then Malfurion Stormrage's mind respectfully withdrew from the gargantuan trees, the eldest of the heavily wooded land. As he retreated, his own physical surroundings gradually reappeared, albeit murky at first. He blinked his silver, pupilless eyes twice, bringing everything back into focus. His breath came in ragged gasps, but his heart swelled with pride. Never before had he reached so far. "You have learned well, young night elf," a voice like a bear's rumbled. "Better than even I could have expected." Sweat poured down Malfurion's violet countenance. His patron had insisted that he attempt this next monumental step at the height of day, his people's weakest point of time. Had it been at night, Malfurion felt certain that he would have been stronger, but as Cenarius pointed out again and again, that would have defeated the purpose. What his mentor taught him was not the sorcery of the Night Elves, but almost its exact opposite. And in so many ways, Malfurion had already become the opposite of his people. Despite their tendencies toward flamboyant garments, for instance, Malfurion's own were very subdued. A clove tunic, a simple leather jerkin and pants, knee-high boots. His parents, had they not perished by accident years before, would have surely died of shame. His shoulder-length, dark green hair surrounded a narrow visage akin to a wolf's. Malfurion had become something of an outcast among his kind. He asked questions, suggested that all traditions were not necessarily the best, and even dared once mention that beloved Queen Ajara might not always have the concerns of her subjects foremost on her thoughts. Such actions left him with few associates and even fewer friends. In fact, in Malfurion's mind, he could truly only count 3 as friends. First and foremost had to be his own twin, the equally troublesome Illidan. While Illidan did not shy away from the traditions and sorcery of the Night Elves as much as he had a tendency to question the governing authority of the elders, also a great crime. "What did you see?" his brother, seated beside him on the grass, asked eagerly. Illidan would have been identical to Malfurion if not for his midnight blue hair and amber eyes. Children of the moon, nearly all Night Elves had eyes of silver. Those very few born with ones of amber were seen as destined for greatness. But if greatness was to be Illidan's, he first had to curb both his temper and his impatience. He had come with his twin to study this new path that used the power of nature. Their mentor termed it Druidism, believing he would be the quicker student. Instead, he often miscast spells and failed to concentrate enough to maintain most trances. But he was fairly adept at traditional sorcery, did not assuage Illidan. He had wanted to learn the ways of Druidism because such unique skills would mark him as different, as nearing that potential everyone had spoken about since his birth. I saw. How to explain it even to his brother? Malfurion's brow wrinkled. I saw into the hearts of the trees, the souls, not simply theirs, either. I think I saw into the souls of the entire forest. How wonderful! Gasped a female voice at his other side. Malfurion fought to keep his cheeks from darkening to black, the night elf equivalent of embarrassment. Of late he had been finding himself more and more uncomfortable around his other companion, and yet he could not think of himself far from her either. But the brothers had come, Tyrant, Whisperwind, their greatest friend since childhood. They had grown up together, the free, inseparable in every way until the last year, when she had taken the robes of a novice priestess in the temple of Lune, the moon goddess. There she learned to become attuned to the spirit of the goddess, and learned to use the gifts all the priestesses were granted in order to let them spread the word of their mistress. She had been who had encouraged Malfurion when he had chosen to turn from the sorcery of the Night Elves to another, earthier power. Tyrant saw Druidism as a kindred force to the abilities her deity would grant her once she completed her own training. But from a thin, pale child who had more than once bested both brothers in races and hunting, Tyrant had become, since joining the temple, a slim, yet well-curved beauty, her smooth skin now a soft, light violet, and her dusky blue hair streaked with silver. The mousy face has grown fuller, much more feminine and appealing, perhaps too appealing. Added Illidan, not so impressed. Was that all? It is a good start, rumbled their tutor. The great shadow fell over all three young night elves, stifling even Illidan's rampant mouth. Although over 7 feet tall themselves, the trio were dwarfed by Cenarius, who stood well above 10. His upper torso was akin to that of Malfurion's race, although a hint of the emerald forest colored his dark skin, and he had a much broader, more muscular build than either of his male students. Beyond the upper body, any similarity ended. Cenarius was no simple night elf after all. He was not even mortal. Cenarius was a demigod. His origins were known only to him, but he was as much a part of the great forest as it was of him. When the first night elves had appeared, Cenarius had already long existed. He claimed kinship with them, but never had he said in what way. Those few who came to him for guidance left ever touched, ever changed. Others did not even leave, becoming so transformed by their teachings that they chose instead to join the demigod in the protection of his realm. Those were no longer elves, but woodland guardians physically altered forever. A thick, moss-green mane flowing from his head, Cenarius eyed his pupils fondly with orbs of pure gold. He patted Malfurion gently on the shoulder with hands that ended in talons of gnarled, aged wood, talons still capable of ripping the night elf to shreds without effort, then backed away.
Рулон с полотенцами куда из кухни делся?
Здесь.
Где?
Зачем кричать? Вот он.
Где? Почему?
Потому что Светлана вытирала здесь. А ты чего орешь? Можно просто спросить, и вот, пожалуйста.
Ты прекрасно знала, ты полотенце.
Но она вытерла, а потом я ей тоже помог вытирать. И я не положил на место. Так что я не знаю, чего ты говоришь про Светлану. Ты слышала, что я сказал, да? Светлана, она слышала?
Все твои тапки, почему пальцы белые?
He patted Malfurion gently on the shoulder with hands that ended in talons of gnarled, aged wood, talons still capable of ripping the night elf to shreds without effort, then backed away on 4 strong legs. The upper torso of the demigod might have resembled that of a night elf, but the lower portion was that of a huge, magnificent stag. Cenarius moved about effortlessly, as swift and nimble as any of the three. He had the speed of the wind, the strength of the trees. In him was reflected the life and health of the land. He was its child and father all in one. And like a stag, he also had antlers, giant, glorious antlers that shaded his stern yet fatherly visage.
Я хочу готовиться к нам. Сделала.
Светлана, если мама говорит, что нечем помогать, то
Что здесь очень мелко порезать надо.
мама уже все порезала, мелко порезала, так как надо было. Теперь она все это смешает, пожарит. Да? Светлана, не занимайся,
Ты можешь
пожалуйста,
тихо
своими.
играть со своими игрушками, чтобы потом вечером не кричать, что ты ничего не успела.
Тем более, что уже почти 6 часов. 6 часов. Понимаешь? А 6 часов это очень близко к 7 часам.
Можешь здесь еще раз кофтать?
Чего? А что там случилось? Пыль разнесла? Светлана, иди, пожалуйста, в комнату. Мама уже попросила не мешать. Не заставляй ее повторять. Светлана, ты плохо слышишь? Выйди из кухни.
Хочешь пускай?
Ну, просто она ждет, что я не нахожу, потому что если ей сказали, надо сделать. Мне уже надоело с тобой выражаться. И ты не доубивала, говоришь. И завтра Светлана будет то же самое, как и сегодня. Ты будешь слушаться? Тогда ничего хорошего не будет. Потому что же слушаться надо. Если ты слушаешься, то раз нормально. Мы договариваемся. И все хорошо. А когда ты не слушаешься, то тогда мы тебя наказываем. Тебе же не нравится, когда тебя наказывают. Вот так не
Мне не
нужно тогда.
нравится, что все на нее орут, потому что она заняться не знает.
Она знает, чем заняться. Она просто сейчас старается держаться от меня подальше, потому что я накричал на нее. Я накричал на нее, потому что мне уже надоело слушать это. Как только что-то не нравится, сразу же выкидывают. Она тоже. Постоянно. Что-то не нравится, все, выкидываем. любом случае поедем к тому времени, потому что иначе я вообще не поеду. Мы потом вернемся в 2 часа. Так, мы приедем, Светлана. Мы покушаем. Светлана, можешь, пожалуйста, помолчать? Когда
Перебиваешь взрослых. Папа рассказывает, это очень неприлично.
я продолжаю говорить с мамой, и ты постоянно вставляешь что-то. Я могу ответить после, Светлана. Ты можешь меня спросить после. Так что мы пойдем, позавтракаем. Светлана отправим мне чуть-чуть, чтобы она там побегала, поиграла, и закончим, и поедем домой. Что ты спрашиваешь? Мы про Икею говорим. В Икее можно покушать. Правильно? Правильно. В Икее можно покушать даже перед открытием самого мебельного магазина.
Нельзя покушать. Вот так вот. Только не хоть.
То есть, не понимаю, что. Там не очень долго ходить, там быстро. Там с 2 сторон можно заходить в детскую комнату. Смотри, мы просто поедим, потом спустимся по лестнице и тебя дадим ненадолго, и ты поиграешь. Мы сделаем свои дела, заберем тебя и поедем домой. Понятно? Отлично. Доделывай свое дело, пожалуйста. И разве это не тебе чай был дан? Alright, I'm back.
Уже поздно.
Scenarios moved about effortlessly. As swift...
Папа.
Светлана, ты можешь... Нет, это не мне. Это не было изначально мне. Ты просто придумала это сейчас мне дать. И я занят.
Можешь его забрать милого щеночка себе.
У тебя сначала валялось это. Ты нарисовал это, теперь ты говоришь, что ты хочешь дать это мне. Спасибо, не надо.
Ладно, оставлю себе.
Оставь себе.
Что ты хочешь?
Вот если бы ты изначально что-то мне делала, то тогда да. Но ты же изначально не разукрашивал это специально для меня, правильно? Я прав или не прав?
Не прав.
То есть ты мне врать теперь будешь или что?
Я не вру.
Эта работа сделана уже несколько дней, Светлана.
Не несколько.
Вчера это не было сделано.
Когда мы едем куда-то, у тебя была дневная смена.
Светлана, нужно не играться, а прибраться.
Это было вчера.
Ты вчера разукрашивал?
Да.
А чего собака зеленая?
Потому что у нее кофточка.
Нет. Нет у нее ничего. И это даже на картинке видно, что у нее ничего нет.
Есть, конечно.
Просто разукрась собаку один раз. Нормальными цветами. Какие должны быть.
А
Понимаешь? Собака не желтая, собака не оранжевая.
Может
Хотя бывает,
быть, желтый.
бывает такая желтоватая шерсть или такая оранжеватая, да. Ну уж точно не зеленая.
Какой котик.
Какой котик? У тебя еще один котик вроде бы был, который тоже разукрашен, нет?
Это все для мамы. Так, куда я положил свой колготок?
Ладно, у тебя есть свое задание. Я буду заниматься своим делом. Спасибо. Конечно.
А что? Можешь даже обратно замок закрыть.
Ты это мне говоришь? А ты не думаешь, что это невежливо? Может быть, следить нужно за тем, что говоришь? Что в следующий раз, когда ты скажешь, я тебя просто выгоню из комнаты.
кому-то другому это скажу.
Светлана, никому это говорить не надо. Потому что это выражение уже подразумевает то, что ты просишь кого-то замолчать. То есть ты им закрываешь рот. Как думаешь, это вежливо? Ну вот. Всего лишь нужно головой немного подумать. A thick moss-green mane flowing from his head. Cenarius eyed his pupils fondly. Ты можешь, пожалуйста, убирать и перестать баловаться? A thick moss-green mane flowing from his head. Cenarius eyed his pupils fondly with orbs of pure gold. He patted Malfurion gently on the shoulder with hands that ended in talons of gnarled, aged wood, talons still capable of ripping the night elf to shreds without effort, then backed away on 4 strong legs. The upper torso of the demigod might have resembled that of a night elf, but the lower portion was that of a huge, magnificent stag. Cenarius moved about effortlessly, as swift and nimble as any of the three. He had the speed of the wind, the strength of the trees. In him was reflected the life and health of the land. He was its child and father all in one, and like a stag he also had antlers, giant, glorious antlers that shaded his stern yet fatherly visage, matched in prominence only by his lengthy, rich beard. The antlers were the final reminder that any bloodlink between demigod and night elf existed far, far in the past. You have all done well, he added in the voice that ever sounded of thunder. Leaves and twigs literally growing in his beard. His hair shook whenever Deity spoke. Go now. Be among your own again for a time. It will do you some good. All 3 rose, but Malfurion hesitated. Looking at his companions, he said, You go on ahead. I'll meet you at the trail's end. I need to talk with Cenarius. We could wait, Tyrann replied. There's no need. I won't be long. Then by all means, Illidan quickly interjected, taking Tyrann's arm. We should let him be. Come, Tyrann. She gave Malfurion one last lingering glance that made him turn away to conceal his emotions. He waited for the two to depart, then turned again to the demigod. The descending sun created shadows in the forest that seemed to dance for the pleasure of Cenarius. The demigod smiled at the dancing shadows, the trees and other plants moving in time with them. Malfurion went down on one knee, his gaze to the earth. My Shandu, he began, calling Cenarius by the title that meant in the old tongue, honored teacher. Forgive me for asking. You should not act so before me, young one. Arise. The night elf reluctantly obeyed, but he kept his gaze down. This made the demigod chuckle, a sound accented by the sun-lively chirping of songbirds. Whenever Cenarius reacted, the world reacted in concert with him. You pay me even more homage than those who claim to preach in my name. Your brother does not bend to me and for all her respect of my power, turned whisper wind gives herself only to loon. You offered to teach me us, Malfurion responded. What no night elf has ever learned. He still recalled the day when he had approached this sacred wood. Legends abounded about Cenarius, but Malfurion had wanted to know the truth. However, when he had called out to the demigod, he had not actually expected an answer. He had also not expected Cenarius to offer to be his teacher. Why the demigod would take on so mundane a task was beyond Malfurion. Yet, here they were together. They were more than deity and night elf, more than teacher and student. They were also friends. No other night elf truly wishes to learn my ways, Cenarius replied. Even those who had taken up the mantle of the forest, none of them had truly followed the path I now show you. You are the first with the possible aptitude, the possible will, to truly understand how to wield the forces inherent in all nature. And when I say you, young elf, I speak entirely in the singular. This was not what Malfurion had remained to talk about, and so the words struck him hard. But Tyrant and Illidan, the demigod shook his head. Of Tyrant we have already spoken. She had promised herself to Loon, and I will not poach in the moon goddess's realm. Of your brother, however, I can only say that there is much promise to Illidan, but I believe that promise lies elsewhere. I don't know what to say. And in truth, Malfurion did not. To be told so suddenly that Illidan and he would not follow the same path, that Illidan even appeared to waste his efforts here. It was the first time that the twins would not share in their success. No, Illidan will learn. He's just more headstrong. There's so much pressure upon him. His eyes are a sign of some future mark upon the world, but he will not make it following my teachings. Cenarius gave Malfurion a gentle smile. But you will truly teach him yourself, will you not? Perhaps you can succeed where I have failed. The night elf flushed. Of course his Shandu would read his thoughts on that subject. Yes, Malfurion intended to do what he could to push Illidan further along, but he knew that doing so would be a harder task. Learning from the demigod was one thing. Learning from Malfurion would be another. It would show that Illidan was not first, but second. Now, added the Forest Lord quietly. Now. As a small red bird alighted on his antlers and its paler mate did soon his arm. Such sights were common around Cenarius, but they ever left the elf marveling. You came to ask of me something? Yes, great Cenarius, I've been troubled by a dream, a reoccurring one. The golden eyes narrowed. Only a dream? That is what troubles you. Malfurion grimaced. He had already berated himself several times for even thinking of distracting the demigod with his problem. What harm was a dream, even one that repeated itself? Everyone dreamed. Yes, it comes to me every time I sleep, and since I've been learning from you, it's grown stronger, more demanding. He expected Cenarius to laugh at him, but instead the Forest Lord studied him closely. Malfurion felt the golden orbs, so much more arresting than even his brother's own, burrow deep within him, reading the night elf inside and out. At last Cenarius leaned back. He nodded once to himself, and in a more solemn voice said, Yes, you are ready, I think. Ready for what? In response, Cenarius held up one hand. The red bird leaped down to the offered hand, its mate joining it here. The demigod stroked the backs of both once, whispered something to them, and let the pair fly off. Cinerus looked down at the night elf. Illidan, in turn, will be informed that you are staying behind for a time. They have been told to leave without you. But why? The golden eyes flared. Tell me of your dream. Taking a deep breath, Malfurion began. The dream started as always, with a well of eternity as its focal point. At first the waters were calm, but then, from the center, a maelstrom rapidly formed, and from the depths of the maelstrom, creatures burst forth, some of them harmless, others malevolent. Many he did not even recognize, as if they came from other worlds, other times. They spread in every direction, fleeing beyond his sight. Suddenly, the whirlpool vanished, and Malfurion stood in the midst of Kalimdor, but a Kalimdor stripped of all life. A horrible evil had laid waste to the entire land, leaving not so much as a blade of grass or a tiny insect alive. The once proud cities, the vast, lush woodlands, nothing had been spared. Even more terrible, for as far as the eye could see, the scorched, cracked bones of night elves lay strewn everywhere. The skulls had been caved in. The stench of death was strong in the air. No one, not even the old, infirm, or young, had been spared. Heat, horrific heat, had assailed Malfurion then. Turning, he had seen in the distance a vast fire, an inferno reaching into the heavens. It burned everything it touched, even the very wind. Where it moved, nothing, absolutely nothing remained. Yet as frightening as the scene had been, it was not that which had finally awakened the night elf in a cold sweat, but rather something he had sensed about the fire. It had been alive. It knew terrors it wrought, knew and reveled in them, reveled and hungered for more. All humor had fled Cinerus' visage by the time Malfurion finished. His gaze flickered to his beloved forest and the creatures thriving within. And this nightmare repeats itself with every slumber. Everyone, without fail. I fear, then, that this is an omen. I sensed in you from our first encounter the makings of the gift of the gift of prescience. One of the reasons I chose to make myself known to you, but it is stronger than even I ever expected. But what does it mean? The young elf. What does it mean? The young night elf pleaded. If you say this is an omen, I've got to know what it portends. And we shall try to discover that. I said, after all, that you're ready. Ready for what? Cinerus folded his arms. His tone grew more grave. Ready to walk the Emerald Dream. Nothing in the demigod's teachings so far had referred to this Emerald Dream, but the manner in which Cinerus spoke of it made Malfurion realize the importance of this next step. What is it? What is it not? The Emerald Dream is the world beyond the waking world. It is the world of the spirit, the world of the sleepers. It is the world as it might have been if we, sentient creatures, had not come about to ruin it. In the Emerald Dream, it is possible with practice to see anything, go anywhere. Your body will enter a trance and your dream form will fly from it to wherever you need to go. It sounds dangerous? It is, young Malfurion. Even the well-trained, the experienced, can lose themselves in the Emerald Dream. You know, I call it the Emerald Dream. That is the color of its mistress, Ysera, the Great Aspect. It is the realm of her and her dragonflight. She guards it well and allows only a few to enter it. My own druids and keepers make use of the Emerald Dream in their duties, but sparingly. I've never heard of it, Malfurion admitted with a shake of his head. Likely because no night elf save those in my service that has ever walked it. And they only when they were no longer of your race. You would be the first of your kind to truly take the path, if you so desire. The idea both unnerved and excited Malfurion. It would be the next step in his studies, and a way perhaps to make sense of his constant nightmare. Yet, Cenarius had made it clear that the Emerald Dream could also be deadly. What might happen? What might go wrong? Even the experienced can lose their way back if they become distracted. The demigod replied, You and I, you must remain focused at all times. Know your goal. Otherwise your body might sleep forever. There was more the Night Elf suspected, but Cenarius for some reason wanted him to learn on his own. If Malfurion chose to walk the Emerald Dream, he decided he had no other recourse. How do I start?
Oh my god, Lord Chan!
How do I start? Cenarius fondly touched the top of his student's head. You are certain? Very. Then simply sit as you have for your other lessons. When the slighter figure had obeyed, Cenarius lowered his own four-legged form to the earth. I will guide you in this first time. Then it is up to you. Lock your gaze in mine, Night Elf. The demigod's golden orb snared Malfurion's eyes. Even had he wanted to, it would have taken mammoth effort for him to pull his own gaze away. He felt himself drawn into Cenarius's mind, drawn into a world where all was possible. A sense of lightness touched Malfurion. Do you feel the songs of the stones, the dance of the wind, and the laughter of the rushing water? At first, Malfurion felt no such thing, but then he heard the slow, steady grinding, the shifting of earth. Belatedly, he realized that this was how the stones and rocks spoke, as, over the eons, they made their way from one point in the world to another. After that, the others became more evident. Every part of nature had its own unique voice. The wind spun around in merry steps when pleased, or in violent bursts when the mood grew darker. The trees shook their crowns, and the raging water of a nearby river chuckled as the fish within it darted up to spawn. But in the background, Malfurion thought he sensed distant discord. He tried to focus on it, but failed. You are not yet in the Emerald Dream. First, you must remove your earthly shell, the voice in his head instructed. As you reach this state of sleep, you will slip your body off, as you would a coat. Start from your heart and mind, for they are the links that most bind you to the mortal plane. See? This is how it is done. Malfurion touched at his heart with his thoughts, opening it like a door and willing his spirit free. He did the same with his mind, although the earthly, practical side of any living creature protested at this action. Give Give way to your subconscious. Let it guide you. It knows of the realm of dreaming and is always happy to return there. As Malfurion obeyed, the last barrier slipped away. He felt as if he had sloughed off his skin, the way a snake might. A sense of exhilaration filled him, and he almost forgot for what purpose he was doing this, but Cenarius had warned him to remain focused, and so the Night Elf fought the euphoria down. Now, rise up. Malfurion pushed himself up, but his body, legs, still folded and remained where it was. His dream form floated a few feet off the ground, free of all restraints. Had he so desired, Malfurion knew that he could have flown to the stars themselves, but the Emerald Dream lay in a different direction. Turn again to your subconscious, the demigod instructed. God damn it. It will show you the path, for that lies within, not without. And as he followed Cenarius' instructions, the Night Elf saw the world change further around him. A hazy quality enveloped everything. Images, endless images overlapped one another, but with concentration Malfurion discovered he could see each separately. He heard whispers and realized that they were the inner voices of dreamers throughout the world. From here, you must take the path by yourself. He felt his link to Cenarius all but fade. For the sake of Malfurion's concentration, the demigod had been forced to pull back. However, Cenarius remained a presence, ready to aid his student if the need arose. As Malfurion moved forward, his world turned a brilliant gem-like green. The haze increased and the whispers became more audible. A landscape vaguely seen beckoned to him. He had become a part of the Emerald Dream. Following his instincts, Malfurion floated toward the shifting dreamscape. As Cenarius said, it looked as the world would have looked had night elves and other creatures not come into being. There was a tranquility to the Emerald Dream that made it tempting just to stay forever. But Malfurion refused to give in to that temptation. He had to know the truth about his dreams. He had no idea at first where his subconscious was taking him, but somehow suspected it would lead him to the answers he desired. Malfurion flew over the empty paradise, marveling at all he saw. And then, in the midst of his miraculous journey, he felt something amiss again. The faint discord he had sensed earlier increased. Malfurion tried to ignore it, but it gnawed at him like a starving rat. He finally veered his spirit form toward it. Suddenly, ahead of him lay a huge black lake. Malfurion frowned, certain that he recognized the foreboding body of water. Dark waves lapped its shores, and an aura of power radiated from its center. The Well of Eternity. But if this was the well, where was the city? Malfurion eyed the dreamscape where he knew the capital should have been, trying to summon an image of it. He had come here for a reason, and now he believed that it had to do with the city. By itself, the Well of Eternity was an astonishing thing, but it was the source of power only. The discord the Night Elf felt originated from somewhere else. He stared at the empty world, demanding to see the reality, and without warning, Malfurion's dream self-materialized over Zin Ajari, the capital of the Night Elves. In the old tongue, Zin Ajari translated into the glory of Ajara. So beloved had the queen been when she had made her ascension to the throne that the people had insisted on renaming the capital in her honor. Thinking of his queen, Malfurion suddenly beheld the palace itself, a magnificent structure surrounded by a huge, well-guarded wall. He frowned, knowing it well. This was, of course, the grand abode of his queen. Even though he had at times made mention of what he believed to be her faults, Malfurion actually admired her more than most thought. Overall, she had done much good for her people. But on occasion, he believed Azshara simply lost her focus. As with many other night elves, he suspected any problem there had to do in part with the Highborn, who administered the realm in her name. The wrongness grew worse the nearer he floated down toward the palace. Malfurion's eyes widened as he saw the reason. With the summoning of the vision of Zinajari, he had also summoned a more immediate image of the well. The black lake now swirled madly, and what appeared to be monstrous strands of multicolored energy shot up from its depths. Powerful magic was being drawn from the well into the highest tower, its only possible purpose the casting of a spell of impossible proportions. The dark waters beyond the palace moved with such violence that to Malfurion they seemed to be boiling. The more those within the tower summoned the might of the well, the more terrible the fury of the elements. Above the storm-racked heavens screamed and flashed. Some of the buildings near the edge of the well threatened to be washed away. What are they doing? Malfurion wondered, his own quest forgotten. Why did they continue even during weakness of day? But day was only a term now. Gone was the sun that dampened the night elf's abilities. Even though evening had not yet come, it was as black as night above Zinajari. No, even blacker. It was not natural and certainly not safe. What could those within be toying with? He drifted over the walls, past stone-faced guards, ignorant of his presence. Malfurion floated to the palace itself, but when he sought to enter, certain that his dream form would pass for something so simple as stone, the night elf discarded an impenetrable barrier. Someone had encased the palace in protective spells so intricate, so powerful, that he could not pierce them. This only made Malfurion more curious, more determined. He swooped around the structure, rising again toward the tower in question. There had to be a way in. He had to see what madness was going on inside. With one hand, he reached out to the area of protective spells, seeking the point that bound them all together, the point by which they could also be unbound. And suddenly, pain unimaginable racked Malfurion. He screamed silently, no sound able to voice his agony. The image of the palace of Zinajari vanished. He found himself in an emerald void, caught within a storm of pure magic. The elemental powers threatened to rip his dream form into 1,000 pieces.
Папа, уже готово кушать. Ты идешь?
Так там все горячее и еще не наложено в тарелке, слышишь?
Наложим.
The elemental powers threatened to rip his dream form into 1,000 pieces and scatter them in every direction. But in the midst of the monstrous chaos, he suddenly heard the faint calling of a familiar voice.
Уже идти.
Хорошо, иду. Malfurion, Malfurion, my child, come back to me. Malfurion, you must return. Vaguely, the night elf recognized Cenarius' desperate summons. He clung to it as a drowning person in the middle of the sea might cling to a tiny piece of driftwood. Malfurion felt the woodland deity's mind reach out to him, guide him in the proper direction. The pain began to lessen, but Malfurion was exhausted beyond measure. part of him simply wanted to drift among the dreamers, his soul never returning to his flesh. Yet he realized that to do so would mean his end, and so he fought against the deadly desire. As the pain dwindled away, as Cenarius' touch grew stronger, Malfurion sensed his own link to his mortal form. Eagerly he followed it, moving faster and faster for the Emerald Dream.
Ты посмотри, куда ты поставила свою стул.
With a gasp, the young night elf awoke,
Успела убрать. Ну, это...
unable to stop himself. Malfurion tumbled into the grass. Mighty yet still gentle hands picked him back up to a sitting position. Water dribbled into his mouth. He opened his eyes and beheld Cenarius' concerned visage. His mentor held Malfurion's own water sack. "You have done what few others could do," the stag god murmured, "and in doing so you almost lost yourself forever." "What happened to you, Malfurion? You went even beyond my sight." I sensed something terrible." "The cause of your nightmares?" The night elf shook his head. "No, I don't know. I found myself drawn to Zinajari." He tried to explain what he had witnessed, but the words seemed so insufficient. Cenarius looked even more disturbed than he, which worried Malfurion. "This does not bode well. No, you are certain it was the palace? It had to be Ajara and her highborn." I don't know if one or both, but I can't help feeling that the queen must be a part of it. Ajara is too strong-willed. Even Xavius can't control her, I think. The queen's counselor was an enigmatic figure, as distrusted as Ajara was loved. You must think about what you say, young Malfurion. You are suggesting that the ruler of the Night Elves, she whose name is heard in song each day, is involved in some spell work that could be of threat not only to your kind, but the rest of the world. Do you understand what that means? The image of Zinajari intermingled with the scene of devastation, and Malfurion found both compatible with each other. They might not be directly linked, but they shared something in common. What that was, though, he did not know yet. "I understand one thing," he muttered, recalling the perfect, beautiful face of his queen and the cheers that accompanied even her briefest appearances. "I understand that I must find out the truth, wherever that truth leads, even if in the end it costs me my very life." Сел, да? Что ты делаешь с занавеской? Не трогай занавеску. Положи, оставь ее в покое. А это чего там висит?
Это как-то зацепилось.
Ага, ясно. Круто. Так, прячемся от солнца. Слишком ярко.
Давай. А я пошла.
Скоро надо будет чистить зубы. Хватит топотать. И хватит скакать по следу. Ты покушала? Успокойся. Вон тебе осталось вот это убрать с пола. Я все туда скидал, потому что ты не убирала с дивана вещи. Поэтому я все положил туда. А теперь это нужно разобрать. Например, Пикачу там не должен быть. Он был на диване, а он уже там 2 дня лежит. Да, на спинке дивана. The shadowed form touched with his talon the small golden sphere in his other scaled palm, bringing it to life. Within it, there materialized another, almost identical shadow. The light from the sphere did nothing to push back the darkness surrounding the figure, just as on the other end the sphere used by the second form also failed. The magic cast to preserve each one's identity was old and very strong. Oh, this is where like another part of this chapter starts. The shadowed form touched with his talon the small golden sphere in his other scaled palm, bringing it to life. Within it, there materialized another almost identical shadow. The light from the sphere did nothing to push back the darkness surrounding the figure, just as on the other end the sphere used by the second form also failed. The magic cast to preserve each one's identity was old and very strong. The well is still in the midst of terrible throes, commented the one who had initiated contact. So it has been for some time, replied the second, tail flicking behind him. The night elves play with powers they do not appreciate. Has there been an opinion formed on your end? The darkened head within the sphere shook once. Nothing significant so far. But what can they possibly do? Save perhaps destroy themselves. It would not be the first time one of the ephemeral races did so, and surely not the last. The first nodded, so it seems to us, and the others. All the others? Hissed the second, for the first time some true curiosity in his tone. Even those of the Earth Warriors' flights? No, they keep their own counsel. As usual of late, they are little more than Neltharian's reflection. Unimportant then. Like you, we shall continue to monitor the night elves' folly, but it is doubtful that it will amount to much more than the extinction of their kind. Should it prove to be more, we shall act if we are ordered to act by our Lord Malagos. The pact remains unbroken, responded the first. We too shall act only if commanded by Her Majesty the glorious Alexstrasza. This conversation is over then. With that, the sphere went black. The second form had severed the link. The other rose, dismissing the sphere. Чем ты там занимаешься? Делаешь то, что мама тебе не разрешала делать? With that, the sphere went black. The second form had severed the link. The other rose, dismissing the sphere. With a hiss, he shook his head at the ignorance of the lesser races. They constantly meddled in things beyond their capabilities and so often paid fatally for it. Their mistakes were their own to suffer, so long as the world as a whole did not suffer with them. If that happened, then the dragon would have to act. Foolish night elves. But in a place between worlds, in the midst of chaos incarnate, eyes of fire turned in sudden interest, the work of the Azhar's highborn having also reached them. Somewhere the one who gazed realized somewhere someone had called upon the power. Someone had drawn from the magic and the mistaken believed that they alone knew of it, knew how to wield it. But where? He searched, almost had the source, then lost it. It was near though, very near. He would wait. Like the others, he had begun to grow hungry again. Surely, if he waited a little longer, he would sense exactly where among the worlds the casters were. He smelled their eagerness, their ambition. They would not be able to stop drawing from the magic. Soon he would find a way through to their little world, and he and the rest would feed. Yeah, that was about someone who's not from this world, but from another. Alright, time to actually play the game.
The remnants of the past scar the land. Which is besieged once again by conflict.
Of course. No, look at me. Look. What did you see?
Heroes arise to challenge fate and lead their brethren to battle. rush blindly towards their doom. The burning shadow comes to consume us all. You must rally the Horde and lead your people to their destiny. Seek be found.
So it's Crassus. Crassus visited Thrall. Шибать этот мусор с пола. И то, что под столом. Светлана?
Странно. Больше я думаю, что я его не получу.
Ну, это все равно где-то дома, понимаешь?
Я имею в виду этот шарик, который я катал. Он забился под диваном.
Отлично.
Может, когда-нибудь поможешь мне его вытащить?
Угу. Когда-нибудь помогу. Но это уже не будет сегодня.
Но я хочу, чтобы ты это сделал завтра.
Посмотрим. Тебе скоро уже зубы чистить нужно.
Я знаю!
Что ты знаешь?
Что мне надо будет зубы чистить. Я это знаю уже давно.
The remnants of the past scar the land. Which is besieged once again by conflict.
Strange. Somewhere in the Arathi Highlands, Thrall, a young war chief of the Orcish horde, wakes from his troubling dream.
It was not a nightmare, young war chief. A vision. Follow me, and I will reveal your future holds.
I don't know what this is all about, but I'll play along. I am the war chief.
Excellent. You seem eager to be on your way. However, you must first learn how to give orders to Thrall. Try ordering Thrall to move down the path towards the nearby banner. To do this, click the move button in the bottom right corner of your screen and then click on the banner.
Normal attacks do extra damage against light armor. Oh. In the campaign, he deals normal damage. But when we're playing the actual game, you know, against like people or against computer, there he has hero damage, which is different. But he does have hero armor here. Heroes take reduced damage from piercing and siege attacks. Yeah, that. I think that's like also different in other parts of the campaign, but maybe not. Either way, I can't really take anything from the campaign other than playing the game itself.
However, the orc encampment is still far off. In order to reach the next banner, scroll the screen to the north by moving your mouse. Very good. The path to the next banner leads through a black area. This black area represents terrain that has not been discovered yet.
Hmm. Yeah, it's an intelligence character.
Notice how the black area shrinks as Thrall moves through it. This reflects areas you have explored. Select Thrall and order him to move to the banner in the middle of
Let's go, Thrall.
In order to have Thrall and his troops move together, you must first select all of them. Now that your troops are all selected, order them to move to the next banner.
Let's get on with it. Dabu, for honor. Dabu. Yes. Dabu. Yes. I am the war chief. Prepare yourselves. I sense a knoll ahead.
To order Thrall's forces to defeat this foul creature, select all of your troops, click on the attack button, and then click on the knoll.
This was only a scout.
Didn't they change that?
Allies just ahead.
Always show. Yeah, always show.
aggressive attack move into the enemy encampment. To do this, select all of your troops, click the attack button, and then left-click on the ground in the middle of the knoll camp.
Yes. Time to die. Time to die.
Good job. Notice that Thrall gained a level from the experience that he earned whenever you click on the hero ability.
Yes. For honor. Dub. Yes. For honor.
Why can't I scroll this far? Man, that really bothers me, the whole scrolling problem. And why is it... What is this? Ah, Reign of Chaos Classic? Reign of Chaos. Hood scale. Including objects. Why this can't be changed? I don't get it. Like, I can't... This is the default camera distance? Yeah. I need a little bit bigger than that. That's it.
Discovered a group of Murloc raiders in the nearby river.
The Murlocs would make excellent targets for your new Chain Lightning spell. To have Thrall use his new ability, click on the Chain Lightning button and then left-click on one of the Murlocs. Some monsters drop treasure when they are defeated. Treasure chests
Nope.
are powerful magic items that can only be picked up by heroes such as Thrall.
Let's actually do this. But I'm selecting Thrall, I'm picking it up, and then running.
This particular treasure chest contained a useful potion of mana. Notice that the potion now occupies one of Thrall's inventory slots near the bottom middle of your screen. Potions of mana can be used to replenish a hero's mana, the magic energies that allow the casting. Order Thrall's forces.
For honor. Dub. Yes. Yes. Your time has come. Dub. For honor. For honor.
The wolf howl signifies that night has begun.
Be wary, my warriors. Don't let nightfall dull your senses. Yes. Dub.
Yo.
Not enough mana.
God damn it.
I am.
No. Don't select like that. Only one. One. If I want Thrall himself, then I just do this. This.
Dub.
This.
The spirits are restless. For honor.
I can actually separate them and like put Thrall into free. Or rather control free. And then all these guys in well, they're just in one.
The war chief.
Oh no. All these guys, control one. That's it. Now they're separate.
Look regard.
He's like,
Master. Thuxo. Nokta. What do you want? Dub.
you go there, and you go here.
Are restless. Let's get on with it. Thuxo. An ogre. We'd have a fierce battle on our hands if the beast weren't sleeping. Yes. For Doomhammer! Master? Look regard. I am the warship. Look regard.
And they're immune to magic. Magic immune.
Let's get on.
Why did I rectangle select again? What a fucking idiot.
Yes. None will survive. For honor. Yes. Done. Look, Narok. Yes. For honor. Done. What you want, Dokar? I am. The spirits are restless. For honor, let's get on with it. Yes. Dub. Dub. Yes.
Excellent. Thrall has found a magic ring. Rings are very useful because they provide a constant passive benefit as long as they are carried.
Dub. Yes. Yes. For honor. Dub. Forest trolls. I still can't believe they were ever a part of the Horde. None will survive. For Doomhammer! Your time has come. I am the War Chief.
Very good. That treasure chest held a magic tome that can be used to give Thrall a permanent benefit.
Dub. For honor. Yes. Dub. Yes. For honor.
I even have a ring +1.
Greetings, son of Durotan. I knew you'd find your way.
It was you I saw in vision. Who are you? How do you know me?
I know many things, young War Chief, about you and your people. My identity this time is unknown. What is it is that you rally your people and leave these shores immediately.
Leave. What's this all about, human?
Human? I left my humanity behind long ago. I am something different now. Know that I have seen the future and beheld the great burning shadow that is coming to consume this world. You sense it as well, don't you?
The demons are returning.
Yes, and only by leading your people across the sea to the distant lands of Kalimdor will you have a chance to stand against them.
But how can we...
I will answer all of your questions in time, young Lord Chief. For now, rally your warriors and prepare to leave this land. Speak again.
None of this makes sense. The spirits tell me that I should trust him.
Three days later, near the Lordaeron coasts.
It's been 3 days and this prophet has yet to show himself. I hope I'm not making a huge mistake by trusting him. War War Chief. The clans are assembling as you ordered, but it will take them some time to reach us. Then we must prepare this camp immediately. I want my warriors to have food and proper lodging when they arrive. Yes, War Chief. Warrior, has there been any word from Grom Hellscream? He and the Warsong clan were supposed to have been here by now. No, War Chief. We haven't heard from Hellscream in some time. Damn it, Grom. Where the hell are you? Look, regard, Ogal.
The blinking button at the top of the screen
We need
indicates
more
that your
gold.
quest journal has been updated. To find out more about your objective,
We need
click
more
on the quest
gold.
button.
Build a burrow, build a war mill, build barracks, train 5 grunts. The Orcish horde will be arriving soon. This camp must be prepared for their arrival. Yep, true.
Look, regard.
Once a peon has been ordered to harvest gold, you will automatically travel back and forth between the gold mine and your closest great hall. Here are a few additional peons. To increase the rate of gold collection, order them to harvest from the same gold mine.
Double.
I did that.
The amount of
You guys are
gold
weird.
you currently possess is displayed in the upper right portion of your screen. As peons
Oh, I get
all
it.
with gold,
I couldn't make
your
them.
gold stockpile increases.
They just given them to me.
Takes time. When your great hall is selected, you can see a progress indicator in the bottom middle portion of your screen.
Ready to work. We need more gold.
In order to support a larger population, additional orc burrows will have to be constructed. Burrows provide the food that allows you to train more troops.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
To construct a burrow, select one of your peons.
Yeah, I will do so. Pretty soon.
Ready to work.
Just want to send like a few of them into.
Spirits are restless. Yes. Double. Ready to work. Ready to work.
Okay.
Ready to work. Something need doing.
Now, click on the Build Structure button in the command card.
Work, work. Yes. Be happy to. Ready to work.
Well-placed war mills can increase the efficiency of your lumber harvester. Try ordering a peon to construct a war mill near where your peons are.
Yeah, right next to the tree line.
Let's get on with it. For honor. For honor. Look, Narok. Yes. Your time has come. Look, Narok. Yes. For honor. Work complete. Doomhammer. None will survive. Your time has come. We're under attack. What do you want? I can do that. Yes, work. Work complete. I can do that.
War mills contain various upgrades that can be researched to improve your troops. To see what upgrades are available,
Let's get on with it. For Doomhammer! None will survive. Look, Narok! For honor. Look, Narok! Yes. For Doomhammer! Done. gold.
Continue producing grunts until you reach your quest requirement.
I am the war chief. For honor, Dub. Yes. Yes, Dub. For honor. My life for the Lord. Dub. For honor, Dub. Yes. For honor.
They're offering to construct an additional barracks. Yeah, sure.
Work, work. Can't build there. Work, work. My life for the Lord. Research is complete. Logrigan.
Ugh.
Dub. For honor. Yes. Dub. Yes. For honor. Logrigan. Dub. For honor. Yes.
We can't really construct anything else, sadly. Yep. Is there anything else to do here? Or that's it, that's all there is?
Dub my life for the Lord. For honor. Yes.
No, nothing? Let's see.
Dub.
No, there's literally nothing. Like, you can't really do anything with this.
Master. Zuxon. Let's get on with it. For honor. Huh? I am the war chief. Dub. Yes.
Shift 5. No. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
You orcs are in violation of the Alliance Internment Act. We've already captured one of your leaders. If you surrender now, we'll spare your lives.
War chief, they say they've captured one of our leaders. Maybe they're referring to Crom. I hope not. But if they have captured Hellscream, I'll make them regret it. Loktarogar! Come, my warriors. We must drive the humans back.
Yep.
Our town is under attack. For honor. Your time has come. Loktarok!
Shift 1. Okay, so this is shift 5.
Have been destroyed.
Move Thrall and the rest of your forces across the bridge and locate Grom.
I can do that. Happy to.
One of your structures was damaged during the fight. To repair a damaged building, select a peon, click the repair button, and then left click on the desired structure.
Work. Okie dokie. I can do that. I am the war chief.
No. I don't, Jesus, dude.
For honor. Yes. Yes. Dub. For honor. For Doomhammer!
Don't really need to do that.
Something you're doing? Work complete. I can do that. Yes. What do you want? Can't build there. Work complete. Okie dokie. Lokrigan, Ogan. Dabu. What do you want?
Shift 1.
Let's
One.
get on with it.
Shift 1, 1.
Let's get on with it. Yes. For honor. None will survive. My life for the Horde. Yes.
Shift
Your
1.
army has grown to such a large
Okay.
size that it now requires a portion of your income to sustain it. This maintenance cost is referred to as upkeep.
For honor. Dabu. Lokdaros. For honor. My life for the Horde. Your time has come. For the Horde. Lokrigan, Oka.
Shift 1. Okay.
Yes.
Shift 3.
The spirits are restless.
When you control multiple spellcasters at the same time, it often becomes necessary to quickly switch between them to cast their individual spells. By using select
Control 3,
you can do
please.
so without having to try to select them individually.
No.
Notice that the currently selected
Control
unit is
3.
displayed in the bottom middle portion of your screen by little portraits. One of the unit portraits is highlighted with a yellow glow. This means that it is the currently activated subgroup.
What is
You can
this?
switch between
Oh, it's
subgroups by
Purge?
pressing the tab key or left-clicking on one.
Shut up. Input? Didn't they change the hotkeys for shamans too? Purge is supposed to be F. Why is it G? Let's say it's G here. But it's kind of stupid because I already have like habits. Okay, so Purge is G.
The
Yeah.
spirits are restless.
Okay.
For honor. Yes. Yes, War Chief. I am for the Horde. War Chief. Yes. What do you want?
Shift 1.
The spirits are restless. For honor. How can I help? Let's get on with it. Dabu. Lokrigan. Yes, War Chief. Yes. Yes. My life for the Horde. Now let's get on. Yes. How can I help?
Shift 2.
Direct me.
No.
How can I help? Yes, Master.
This is Control 2.
Yes,
And these guys Shift 3.
direct me. A wise
There's one more guy.
understood. Lokrigan, Okan. What do you want?
Shift 2.
Huh? Tuxum. I am the War Chief. Yes. Right away, Spirit Master. Restless. I am. Yes. The War Chief. Direct me. Let's get on with it. How can War Chief, we found where they're holding Grom, but the area is protected by fortified guard towers. Then destroy them. Hillstream must be freed.
Purging doesn't really do anything here.
Restless. Dabu. For honor.
What is this?
Yes.
Really?
For honor.
There's a path here? Oh wow.
Yes. Let's get on with it. Dabu. Yes.
Okay, whatever.
Dabu. For honor. Direct me. Huh? Doktar. What do you want? I am Master. How can I help? The spirits are yes. Smogu. Lokrigan. Let's get on with it. Huh? Tuxum. Yes. Yes. Right, oh, I am. The spirits are ready. Lokrigan. How can I help? How can I help? Let's get on. For Doom Hammer. Master, stop. No power. Direct me. A wise lad. The spirits are restless. done. Are you alright? I'm fine. The only injured were pride. We're getting out of here now. We're leaving the human lands for good. Finally. I have an idea. We can set sail on the humans' own ships. But we'll need to wait for the rest of the horde. The horde is assembled, Warship. We await only your command.
Now, go, sail west to the lands Archenome. It is there that you will find your destiny. It is there that your people's salvation is sure.
True, Lamau.
Ноги убирай.
No, I think I'll pass. I thought of going and buying Coke. Nah. Today in the forecast, they have. Wait a minute. The whole time I was talking with my mic peaking. No. Jesus, I hope not. It was kind of peaking. Fuck. Or it was alright. Not that bad. In the weather forecast today, they've said that like, oh, hey, today is gonna be like, you know, kind of like not really good weather whole day. It's gonna be cloudy and stuff like that. Yeah, right. We're having today sun practically whole day. It's been sunny. It's been super sunny. Bright as fuck. So I don't know what they're on about. Maybe they're snorting too much cocaine. Yeah. Goddamn fucking apes. Crazy motherfuckers. I just want to play the game. Okay, the warning. Let's go. Now it's the human part of the thing. Just want to play through the missions, but only like controlling the shit like more correctly, how I actually should, and just see the difference. Because I only started doing that a little bit. I didn't do that like a few months ago. But I started doing that as soon as I resumed the campaign recently.
Camps are evidence enough. Agreed. The Horde is on the move.
This is absurd. My nation will not stand by and watch as the Horde masses on our very doorstep.
The orcs are not our primary concern here. How many times must I repeat myself? King Tyrannus, you must heed my warning. This plague that has gripped the Northlands could have dire ramifications.
Plague? You wizards are just being paranoid.
Let's keep all this in perspective. Even if this plague does pose a threat to us, what are you proposing that we do? It is simple. As I have said, the Kirin are already prepared to place the villages under strict quarantine.
I will not institute quarantine without proof of your claims, Ambassador. The people of Lordaeron have suffered enough without becoming prisoners in their own lands.
Yet, prisoners they are, good king.
What is the meaning of this? Who are you?
Humanity is in peril. The tides of darkness have come again, and the whole world is poised upon the brink of war.
Enough of this. Guards, remove this bandit.
Hear me. The only hope for your people is to travel west, to the forgotten lands of Kalandra.
Are you mad?
Old Ambassador. I don't know who you are or what you believe, but this is not the time for wrangling prophets. Our lands are beset by conflict, but it shall be we who decide how best to protect our people, not you. Now, be gone!
I failed humanity once before, and I will not do so again. If you cannot take up this cup, then I shall find another who will.
warning has been given. Their fate is now their own.
That was a shit warning. That's all I keep thinking. That it was a shit warning. Like, somebody with no credibility just comes in and says stuff, you know? It's like those like doomsayers or whatever that were like talking about, like, you know, Y2K, you know, when the year 2000 hits, it's gonna be, you know, like the the second coming of Christ or some shit like that, and that's it, you know, and humanity is gonna pay for their sins or and stuff like that. How do you like the story so far that I was reading? Is the Word of the Ancients just starting, and there are just these, you know, just things happen in the world, and also like in one, you know, at one part in time, and also in another, but they're all connected, you know. And they're all gonna kind of like meet in one point. It's gonna be interesting. But in this story, we also learn about like Malfurion, who is a really important figure. Because he's kind of like one of the first like night elf druids. And we learn about like Tyrande, Whisperwind, and also Illidan. How his like path started, because Illidan is a really important figure too. Not just in this story, but in many other, you know, kind of like encounters and conflicts, etc. He's also going to be, you know, like he's going to be a part of those. He does have like a really big role to play. The defense of Strandbrand. Recent orc uprisings in southern Lordaeron have forced the Alliance to take decisive measures. To contain the orcish threat, King Tyrannus has sent two of the realm's greatest paladins, his son Prince Arthas and the legendary Uther the Lightbringer, to deal with the orcs once and for all.
Welcome, Prince Arthas. The men and I are honored by your presence.
And the formalities, Uther. I'm not king yet. It's good to see you.
You too, lad. I'm pleased that King Tyrannus sent you to help me.
Father still hopes your patience and experience might rub off on you.
It is a father's right to dream, isn't it?
Look, here's where we stand. Our scouts have confirmed that there is an orc encampment hidden somewhere over the next ridge.
As I suspected.
It gets worse. They're preparing to attack the nearby village of Strandbrand. As far as we know, the village is completely defenseless.
I need to move against the orcs' base immediately. Can you handle Strandbrad's defense on your own?
Of course, Uther. Don't worry about me.
Good. Meet me at the orc camp once you've saved the village. Be careful, Arthas.
Okay, let's Adam shift 1. All these guys shift 1.
I'm here to help, certainly.
Good.
Of course, a sound plan. For honor.
Healing is E, as before.
For honor, of course.
Move.
Of course, a sound plan.
We go here, here.
For honor. For honor, a sound plan. Certainly, of course, certainly. For honor, a sound plan. Of course, a sound
Greetings, my
plan.
lord.
Certainly, For honor. For honor. Of course. Certainly. A sound.
We'll fight for Lordaeron. Get your swords.
Shift 1. Let's go.
For honor.
Let's go, you guys.
For honor.
Please, you're my only hope.
Mm-hmm.
A group of gnolls kidnapped my little Timmy and took him to their hideout in the forest. Could you find him and bring him home?
Of course.
Yep.
Of course. Certainly. A sound plan.
Help me, please. I'm trapped in the cave.
Is there danger? For honor. Justice shall be done. The light is my strength. Certainly. Is there danger?
I did press that button. The fuck?
For the light.
That was weird.
Oh, thanks so much. I have a reward for you.
Oh, really?
Justice shall be done. A sound
What a reward.
for honor. Of
Oh,
course.
she already gave it. Ah, okay.
I'm here to help. Certainly. A sound plan.
Let's move.
Of course. For honor. Certainly. A sound plan. A sound plan. For honor. Of course. Certainly. A sound plan. Certainly. For honor. Of course. For honor. Certainly. A sound plan. Of course.
Wait,
A sound plan.
Wait, is there like a path?
For honor.
Oh, there is.
Of course.
Nice.
us. Get a trap. Take everything, man. Take all the valuables.
For honor. Certainly.
Unique. On my way.
Is there danger? Of course.
Let's go for for armor for these guys. Armor aura. Oh, it also works on me. Ah.
For honor.
Yeah, it works on everyone.
Sound plan. Is there danger? Certainly. A sound plan.
Well,
The light.
thought it's a quest. It's not. It wasn't a quest. It was just an encounter with the bandits.
For honor.
Hell! Bandits are stealing our belongings!
We'll take their coin just like everyone else's.
For honor.
Those bandits stole my ledger. Without it, I will lose my entire farm. Please, retrieve it from their camp. It would mean so much to us.
Certainly.
God damn it.
Of course.
I could have surrounded the guy.
For honor.
If I would really try.
A sound
Yeah.
plan. For honor. I stand for the light. Certainly. A sound plan. Justice shall be done. Certainly. Justice shall be done.
Okay, let's move.
Of course. Certainly.
Say your prayers. Say the word.
He's still attacking him. Yeah.
Right.
What the hell?
Is there danger? A sound plan. I stand for the light.
Mm-hmm.
The light is my strength. For honor. Of course. Of course. A sound
What
plan.
is that? The ledger looks. Ah, it's the ledger the quest item. Okay.
For honor.
Felt like, what the hell?
A sound plan. I'm here to help you. For honor. Of course.
Oh yeah, that's right. I don't need to go under the bridge.
Sound plan. Of
Why would I ever go there?
Thank you for helping me.
Hmm.
Please, take this item.
A
What
sound
item?
plan. Of course.
What item? Okay. Still don't see any item.
Help. I stand for the light.
Oh, Tome of
For
Strength.
honor.
Okay.
A sound plan.
I didn't really.
Save us! He's escaping! Kill him!
Justice shall be done. The attack has already begun. To arms, my brothers! Of
Really? To arms? No, no, no. I first want to go here, brother.
For honor.
What the hell is this?
Certainly. A sound plan. Of course.
Nothing? It's just a graveyard? Oh, okay.
Of course.
I actually thought it's gonna be something.
Honor. Of course.
It's not.
What do you need? On my way.
The light.
Orders? Right. Of course.
Justice shall be done. I stand for the light. A sound plan. Certainly. For honor. Certainly. For honor. A sound plan. Of course. A sound plan.
God damn it.
For honor.
Ugh.
Certainly. For honor.
How do you rotate the camera?
A sound
I think there like a rotation was also possible.
For honor. A sound plan. Certainly. Of course. For honor. A sound plan. Certainly.
Orders?
I'm here to help. Is there danger? Of course.
What do you need? Aye, my lord.
The light is my strength. I'm here to help. Of course. For honor. Certainly. A sound plan. For honor. A sound plan.
What are they doing? Oh, they don't understand the pathing there.
A sound plan.
Bob's guns. Oh,
Certainly. For honor.
Bob's ass.
Of course. The light is my strength.
Yes, my liege. On my way. Say the word. Of course.
I stand for the light. Is there danger? For honor. A sound plan.
Okay, can I still level up with this guy? Oh no, not anymore. Yep,
Certainly. For honor.
that's it.
Certainly.
All these wretches off with the rest of them.
Move them out.
It's interesting that this character doesn't really like. There's no such unit in Warcraft 3 like this guy.
A sound plan.
There's no such unit that you can make for orcs.
What do you need? On my way. Right. Say the word. Aye, my lord. Of course. On my way.
Is there danger? Of course.
Orders? Right. Aye, my lord.
The light.
Let's use the thing. Wow, so fancy. It healed in this radius, like all of them, by a certain amount. Scroll of healing is insane.
I'm here to help. Certainly. A sound plan.
Bless you, Princess. What about the others who took on
Don't worry, son.
Don't you worry, Sonny.
I need you with the
We'll
orders.
save your dumbass dad.
Never a dull
I
moment.
mean, my dad is not a dumbass, you fucker. Arpus, come here, you git. You ugly git.
He's like, I'm the future king. You can't talk to me like that. And smashes the guy's head with a hammer.
Oh my god, daddy, daddy, you killed my daddy.
Okay, the defense of Stratenbrad, Chapter 2. Black Rock and roll. 20 minutes later at Uber's encampment near the Blackrock clan village. Let's go.
Good timing, lad. I sent 2 of my best knights into parley with the orc leader. They should be returning shortly.
This is gonna be interesting.
Damn. These orcs will never surrender.
Then let's get in there and destroy the beasts.
Remember, Arthas, we are paladins. Vengeance cannot be a part of what we must do. If we allow
Yeah,
our
Arthas.
to turn to bloodlust, we will become as vile as the orcs.
Yes.
If you're feeling up to it, I want you to lead the attack.
Me? Well, of course.
I'll remain here and ensure that none of the loathsome beasts threaten the camp.
I won't fail you.
I know you won't, lad.
Is there danger? Of course. For honor.
Construct a barracks, construct 2 farms. Okay. Honestly, the way it goes, we already can construct.
Ready to work. More work? Alright. What is it? I can't build that. If I go then. Ready to work. More gold is required. More gold is required.
They're like 90? Oh, they are 90.
I'm here to help. A sound plan.
Ready to work.
Justice shall be done.
What the hell is this place?
Of course. A sound plan. For honor. Of course.
Okay.
A sound
Oh.
plan. Certainly.
There's nothing.
Sound plan.
Ready to work. What? Righto. Yes, my lord.
Even better over here.
Job done. Yes, my lord. Righto. Ready to work. What? All right. Build more farms. More work. Off I go then. Ready to work. What is it? Yes, my lord. More work. Yes, my lord. Righto. What is it? What? Job done. Off I go then. Yes, my lord. More gold is required.
Control 5. Control 6.
Our town is under siege.
I stand for the light.
Job done now.
Feel my wrath. Ready for action.
Forces are under attack. Yes, my lord. All right. What is it? More work? What? Off I go then. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Job done. Ready to work. More work? Righto. All right.
The light is my strength. Of course.
Yes, my liege.
Shift 1.
Is there danger? Certainly. Justice
course. More gold is required. I stand for the light. For honor. For honor.
Well met, good human. Have you come to join in our hunt?
What are you dwarves hunting in this region?
We're hunting black drakes. It's said that drake's blood can bestow fiery enchantments upon weapons.
The fiery enchantments you seek could prove useful.
The name of the beast we're hunting is Cyranox. With your aid, the monster won't stand a chance.
I'm here to help. For honor.
I'm your shooter.
I'm here to help.
What do you need? Okay.
I stand for the
Aye,
light.
sir.
The
Ready
light
for
is
action.
my strength. Justice shall be done.
You have a target? Aye.
Is there
Upgrade
danger?
complete.
Certainly.
What do you
Upgrade complete.
The light is my
You have a
strength.
Our
target?
town is under siege.
I stand for the light.
Orders? Aye, my lord. On my way.
What is it? What?
Ready for action.
Yes, my lord. Forward. All right. What is it? Off I go then. What? All right.
Say the word. Ready for action. Right. Orders? What do you need?
Is there danger? Justice shall be done.
Aye, sir. I'll take
I'm
care
here
of
to
it.
help. Of course.
I'm your shooter.
Is there danger? Justice shall be done.
What do you need? Shoot to kill!
I'm here to help. For
Aye, sir. Ready for action. Time to go.
I stand.
I'm your shooter. Take that, you sword. You have a target? You have a target?
Certainly. A sound plan.
What do you need?
You dare challenge me? You mortals become more reckless with every generation.
I'm your shooter.
Paladin fool! The warlocks of the Black Rock clan have spoken. Soon, demons will rain from the sky, and this wretched world will burn.
Yes, I've heard this rhetoric before. You orcs will never learn. It's only a mirror image. Damn it. What are these curs up to?
The hour of doom approaches. Let this paltry sacrifice appease our demon masters.
You sick bastards. Never get away with
Slay the orcs. Slay
What
them
do you
all!
need? Aye, sir.
Of course. Justice.
You have a target? Say it. On my way.
Let's bring this heart back to the dwarves. For honor. I stand for the light.
What are you doing where you can't pick it up? Lol,
Certainly.
that was weird.
A sound plan. Of course.
I'm your shooter.
The light is my strength. Certainly. For honor. Certainly. A sound plan. Of course.
Build more forts. Build more forts.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, me lord. Off I go then. Yes, me lord.
What the hell is that?
What do you need? You have a
Oh,
target?
I didn't press free.
Is there danger? For honor. A sound plan. For honor. Certainly.
What do you need?
Justice shall be done. Of course. A sound
Aye,
plan.
sir.
Is there danger? The light is my strength.
You have a target?
I stand for the
I'm
light.
your shooter.
I'm here to help. For honor. Certainly. Of course.
Now I will reforge our weapons to strike with searing heat.
The light is my strength. I'm here to help. Of course.
Aye, sir.
Our town is
Time
under
to go.
siege.
Justice shall be done.
You are packed.
You have a target? I'll take care of it. What do you need? I'll take care of it. Time to go. Aye, sir. Aye.
I stand for
Job's done. Forward.
I'm here to help, for honor.
Yes, my liege. Yes, my liege.
Justice shall be done.
I'm your shooter.
Is there danger?
You have a target?
The light is my strength. I stand for the light.
What do you need? You have a target? I'll take care of it. Fire!
Job's done.
Justice shall be done. Certainly. A sound plan. Certainly.
I'm your shooter.
The light is my strength. A sound plan. For honor. Is there danger?
Aye, sir. What do you need? Aye. Aye, sir.
Three.
Aye.
Three.
Lock and loading.
I stand for the light. Of course. Of course. I'm here to help. Certainly.
What do you need? You have a target? Aye, sir.
The light is my strength. For honor. A sound plan.
I'm your shooter. Time to go.
Merlin,
I'll take.
here? You must have an encampment nearby.
Of course.
What do you want and loading?
Stand for the light. Certainly.
Aye, sir.
I'm here to help. A sound plan.
I'm your shooter. Time
Our
to
town
go.
is under siege.
Aye. Okay. Time to go. Okay. Aye. I'll take care of it. Time to go.
Is there danger? For honor.
Our town
Lock
is
and
under
loading.
siege.
Stand for the light. For honor. The light is my strength.
You have a target?
Is there danger? Of course.
What do you need? What do you need? I'll take care of it. Okay. I'm your shooter.
Justice shall be done. Certainly.
You have a target?
I'm here to help. A sound plan. For honor. A sound plan. Justice shall
Aye,
be
sir.
done. I'm here to help. Of course. I stand for the light. Certainly. A sound
Aye, sir. Aye. Thank you, sir. Aye, sir. On my way. Aye, mister. You need? Aye,
certainly.
what do you need? Time to go.
I'm here to help. Justice shall be done.
You have a target? I'll take care of it. I've got the beast in my sights. Aye. Fire! I've got the beast in my sights.
Of course. Foul.
I'm your shooter.
Justice.
Not enough now.
Justice.
What do you need?
Safe word. Right.
I'm your shooter. Okay. Aye, sir.
I stand for the light. For honor. A sound plan.
You have a target? Okay. I'm your shooter. Aye. I'll take care of it. Time to go.
I'm here to help.
You have a
I
target?
stand for the light.
Aye, sir. Okay. I'll take care of it. Time to go. Aye.
I'm here to help.
What do you need? What do you need? Shoot to kill! I'll take care of it. Time to go. Take Titus!
The light is my strength.
I'm your shooter. You have a target?
Justice shall be done. Certainly.
Aye, sir.
danger, justice shall be done.
I don't know what's on that road.
Of course.
Is it just like a dead end, or is there anything?
For honor, certainly.
Now I wish I would have checked, because it's not really.
Aye, your shooter. Time to go. I'll take care of it. Aye.
The light is my strength.
What the hell is this road?
Honor. A sound plan. Certainly.
What do you need? Okay, okay.
I'm here to help.
Are there like free food? Yeah, they are. And these guys are too.
Justice shall be done. Certainly.
Aye, sir. I'll take care of it.
I stand for the light. Of course. Justice is come.
Aye, I'm ready for action. Shoot the cow.
Just die, you cunt.
You've done well, lad. This was a sound victory.
I don't know. The orcs were sacrificing townsfolk. I think they were trying to summon demons.
Have faith, lad. These orcs are trying to hold on to dying traditions. We defeated their demons a long time ago. Let's head for home. It's been
That's what Ufer is wrong about. Yeah. I wonder why he said that. Like, why did they make him say that? Doesn't he know that, like, the demons have their own world and their... When they were summoned, it's just... They're just, like... They're numerous. There's, like, myriad of these guys, like... You know, hundreds of thousands, millions. If somebody is capable of summoning demons, then, I mean, that's exactly what's going to happen. Jaina's meeting. 2 weeks later, in the violent gardens of Dalaran.
You must be wiser than the king. The end is near.
I told you before, I'm not interested in this nonsense.
And I've wasted my time
You can show yourself now, Jaina. He's gone.
I'm sorry for eavesdropping, Master, but
It's your inquisitive nature that I've come to rely on, child. That crazed fool's convinced that the world is about to end.
All I know is that guy is like really bad at explaining what's the problem.
I've heard rumors of the plague spreading throughout the Northlands. Do you truly believe that the plague is magical in nature?
It's a strong possibility. That's why I need you to travel there and investigate the matter. I've arranged for a special envoy to assist you.
Yes, Master. I'll do my best.
I know you will, child. Farewell.
Ravages of the plague. 3 days later, in Alterac, Arthas and his men wait near a crossroads along the King's Road.
Prince Arthas, we've been waiting here for hours. Are you sure this friend of yours is coming?
I'm sure. Jaina usually runs a little late.
We must help her.
Stay your blade, Captain. Take care of yourself. Gentlemen, meet Miss Jaina Proudmore, Special Agent to the Kirin Tour, one of the most talented sorceresses in the land. Looks like you haven't lost your touch. It's good to see you again, Jaina.
You too, Arthas. It's been a while since a prince has spoken me anywhere.
Yes, it has. Well, I guess we should get underway.
Our sources believe the plague originated in the region north of here. We should check out the villages along the King's Road.
Arthas must survive.
How may I serve?
Who's this? Captain. Little Captain.
What do you need?
Just has like
What is
twice
your
more
wish?
damage.
Yes, my lady.
Almost.
What do you need? What is your wish?
Shift 1.
Is there danger or honor? The light is my strength.
Okay.
What's the
Shift
plan?
3.
That's curious. I'll check it out.
Justice shall be done.
I can help.
I'm here to help.
Shift 3.
I stand for the light.
I'm trying to think here. Sounds good.
I don't get it. Where do we need to go?
Sounds interesting.
I'm here to help.
I can help. I'll take care of it. Sounds interesting. Sounds good. I hate revealing the knowledge. That's curious.
Okay, what about Jaina? Man, that elemental is tanking like crazy.
A sound plan. Certainly.
Okay.
What's the plan?
Is there danger? Of course.
Potion of healing. I would rather have that on her. I would rather have that on her.
That's curious. I'll check it out.
I stand for the light.
What's the plan? I'll take care of
Not
it.
The
enough,
light is
man.
my strength.
I can help.
I stand for the light. For honor, justice shall be done.
I'm trying to think here.
I'm here to help. For
Mm-hmm.
honor. A sound plan.
So you literally get here like an additional potion if you kind of like
That's curious. Sounds good.
track back, you know, a little bit.
Of course.
It's really nice that they've made that.
I'm trying to
You know, it's simple, but it still is like,
A sound plan.
you know.
What's the plan? I'll take care
Is
of
there
it.
danger? Of course.
I can help.
Shift 3.
I'm here to
Okay.
help. For honor.
I'm trying to think
The
here.
light.
Prince Arthas, there's something amiss at the bridge ahead.
I'm here to help. A sound plan.
What's the plan?
I stand for the light.
Greetings, my lord.
Justice shall be done. Certainly. Certainly. Is there danger?
I can help. I'll check it out.
The light is my strength. Justice shall
That's
be done.
curious.
I'm here to help.
My lord, someone has destroyed the bridge from the far side of the river. There is another way to cross, but it is not as safe as it used to be.
I stand for the light. A sound plan. Justice shall be done. For honor. Is there danger?
What's the plan?
Slaughter them all. Bandits, run!
I can help. Sounds interesting.
Is there danger? Certainly.
What's the plan?
town. Save us.
God damn it.
Justice shall be done.
The water elemental already disappeared, dissipated, or kind of like
Light is my strength.
I'm trying to think here.
got unsummoned.
Sounds interesting. Sounds good. I'll check
Oh,
it out.
thanks so
Th-
much.
there- there's
I have
nothing
a
here.
reward for you.
Oh, really?
Sounds good.
What is it?
I stand for the light. Of course.
What's the reward? Oh, another healing potion. Jesus Christ, dude.
A sound
help.
plan. The light is my strength. For honor.
Already have like a shit ton of those.
Lord, there is an ancient
I might as well like fucking tank with Arthas.
Holy waters can restore health and heal grievous wounds.
That could prove to be useful indeed.
I'll take care of it. Sounds interesting.
I'm here to help. A sound.
I'm gonna save her mana for now. Yep,
What's the plan?
that's gonna be a level up. Yep, it is. Brilliance Aura, please.
Justice shall be done.
What's the plan?
I'm here to help.
I want the aura for mana regeneration.
Of course, for honor. A sound plan. Certainly.
I should have sent Arthas in front.
Shall be done.
I can help.
Is there danger?
I can help.
Our forces are under attack.
I'm here to help. Of course, for honor.
That's curious.
The light is my strength. Certainly. I stand for the light. Of course.
What's the plan? I'll check it out.
Justice shall be done. A sound
Yeah, use a little bit of mana, brother. Why they're not attacking? Are they stupid? Since when? They're ranged. Oh, I don't know why they weren't attacking. That was so weird.
I stand for the light.
What's the plan?
Is there danger? Of course. The light is my strength.
That's curious.
Lock your shields and defend yourselves. Their arrows won't get through.
Skeletons? Slay them all immediately.
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, good healing.
I stand for the light. What were those creatures, Sergeant?
Undead, Mello. This whole village has gone mad. We did our best to defend the villagers.
We'll get to the bottom of this. Is there danger?
These guys, shift free.
I stand for the light.
I already said shift free.
I'm here to help for honor.
Yes, my liege.
Guys, shift 1, I'm sorry. Not shift free, control free. Okay.
Justice shall be done.
Press shift free, that was wrong.
Of course. The light is
What's
my
the plan?
strength.
I'm trying to think here.
The light is my strength.
I can help.
I'm here to help. A sound plan.
What's the plan?
Justice shall be done. Of course.
It's as if the land around that granary is dying.
Could the grain itself be plagued?
Let's hope not. Those crates bear the regional seal of Anderholm, the distribution center for the northern boroughs. If this grain can spread the plague, there's no telling how many villages might be affected.
No shit, brother.
A sound plan.
I'm trying to think here. I'll check it out. I'll take care of it. I'll check it out. Sounds interesting. Sounds good. I'll take care of it. Sounds good. Sounds interesting. I'll check it out.
I stand for the light. The light is my strength. Justice shall be done.
That's curious.
Shift free.
I stand for the light. Is there danger?
What's the plan?
I'm here to help. For honor. This
Is it
is
mana?
the shrine
Oh
of
no,
the
that's
old man's
that's
soul.
health.
Any man who drinks from these light-blessed waters will be healed.
I'll check it out. Sounds interesting. Sounds good.
Is there danger? Certainly. A sound plan.
I'm trying to think here.
The light is my
I
strength.
can help.
I stand for the
That's
light.
curious.
Justice shall be done.
Yeah, it's way more fun when you're like just sending everyone and like controlling their position. Move here.
Take care of
You guys stand here.
it. I can
You
help.
move here. You guys stand over here.
For honor. I stand for the light.
That's curious.
Justice shall be done. Certainly. Of course.
I can help. I'll take care of it.
Move, 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 move. Brilliant Sora.
I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Sounds good.
The light is my strength. A sound plan for honor.
I'm trying to think here. Sounds interesting.
Shift free.
Is there danger? Of course.
Okay, check the whole area.
The light is my strength.
I'm trying to think here.
I stand for the light, for honor.
What's the plan?
I'm here to help. A sound
That's
plan.
curious.
Justice shall be done. Of course.
Greetings. We are priests from Quel'Thalas. We've come to help heal the land of this strange curse.
As always, the generosity of
Control
the
4.
is greatly appreciated.
You should know that there is a granary warehouse at the far end of this village. This evil blight may be
4.
buried there as
Okay,
well.
1,
We'll check it out.
1, 3,
That's curious.
Is
4.
someone injured? Is
4.
my aid
The light is my
required?
I can
strength.
help. I'll take care of it.
I stand for the light.
Thank you. I'll check it out.
Justice shall be done.
That's curious.
Is there danger? Now, what the hell are you men shooting at?
We're blasting those damn skeletons, sir. This whole flaming village is crawling with them.
Well, I could use your help. We've got a warehouse to destroy.
Shift 4, please.
Right away. I'm here to help. For honor.
Shift 3.
Justice shall be done. Of course. Of course.
Sounds interesting.
You should be in the back. You should be in the back. What is that? Scroll of healing? Oh, you get it,
A
please.
sound plan for honor.
Jesus,
Is
dude.
there danger? Certainly.
Million potions.
A sound plan.
I'm trying to think here. That's curious. I'll check it out. Sounds good.
The light is my strength.
What is that? Mantle of
I can
Intelligence?
help. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, her. Her. Fuck
Sounds
it.
good. I'll check it
It's
out.
also increasing the rate of mana regeneration.
I'm here to help.
So yeah.
Is someone injured? As you wish.
Justice shall be done. Of course.
That's curious.
Is my aid required?
Is there danger? I stand for the light.
Ah, I didn't use unsummoned units. I didn't use the the dispellers.
Discovered, my brother.
I'm fucking stupid.
You with the operation.
Oh my god damn it.
Duty calls.
Okay, I have my chance. I have my chance. I have my chance to do it. I have my chance to do it.
Sewn together
I have my ch
from corpses.
Let's study it after we kill it, okay?
Okay.
Of course. For honor.
I can help. Sounds interesting. I'll take care of it. What's the plan?
What is
Okay.
I am your servant.
Dispel.
As you wish. Destroy them.
Why didn't work on them? What? But it did 200 damage to summoned units. Skeletons are summoned units.
A sound
I don't know why it didn't work.
A sound plan.
That's curious.
Shift 3.
Yes, my friend.
Right away.
Shift 3.
I'm here to help. Certainly. For honor. Certainly. For honor. I stand for the light. A sound
I can help.
plan.
Sounds interesting.
I'm here to help. Of course.
What's the plan? I'll take care of it.
What was that? Who is that wizard dressed in black?
I believe that the robed man was a necromancer. Obviously, he and his lackeys are behind this plague.
Well, it's a good bet we'll find him and the answers we're looking for in Underhall.
Yep. That's true, motherfucker. Hmm. One more? Okay, one more. Ugh. Next day on the outskirts of Anderhall. It bugged out and doesn't work. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I'll play something. Oh no, wait, it works. The fuck? That was so weird.
It's those cultists who are with the necromancer. What are they doing to that mine?
Let's not wait.
What are they doing to that mine? It always sounds so fucking, dirty. What are they doing to that
Let's build a
mine?
base camp here. With those cultists creeping around, I'd rather not head in there without backup.
I couldn't agree.
Okay. Yeah, I see that all the peasants are fucking working.
Justice shall be done.
Shift 1. Shift 1.
The light is my strength. Of course.
What's the plan? I'll check it out.
Jane is shift 3. This guy is shift 4. Shift 4.
Yes, my friend. Of course. Of course. Is there danger?
Job's done. What? Righto. Righto. All right. Yes, my lord.
I'm here to help.
I'm trying to think here. I can help.
Is someone injured?
That's curious.
What ails you? I am your servant.
Job's done.
What's the plan? Sounds good.
Shift 3. Okay.
I can help.
Is
Okay.
there danger? Is someone injured? The light is my strength.
Okay, let's go.
For honor, a sound plan.
Job's done.
That's curious.
Justice shall be done. Of course, certainly.
I'm trying to think here.
Is my aid required? Right away.
That's curious.
Yes, I'm here to help. A sound plan. For honor.
I can help. I'll check it out.
Close of attack plus 5.
For the light.
Honestly?
Justice shall be done.
Job's done.
Of course.
It's just attack damage, right? Yeah.
I'm trying to think here. Sounds interesting.
Shift 3.
I can help.
Is there danger? The light is my strength. What ails you? I'm here to help. Is there danger?
That's curious.
Job's done.
Justice shall be done.
What's the plan? I'll take care of it.
What ails you? The light is my strength. Certainly. A sound plan. I stand for the light. Justice shall be
Job's done.
I'm trying to think here. I'll take care of it.
Is my aid required?
I can help. I'll check it out.
I'm here to help. For honor. A
Ready
sound
to
plan.
work.
I stand for the light.
Ready to work.
Can I help you? Is there danger? For honor.
Can I sell it? Really? Thank you.
Ready
Of
to
course,
work.
the light is my strength.
That's curious. What's the plan?
Is there danger?
I can help.
The light is my strength. Certainly.
That's curious.
Ready to work.
Justice shall be done.
The light is my strength. Justice shall be done. Of course. I stand for the light.
And there's nothing here. Okay.
I'm here to help.
That's curious.
What is it? Off I go then. Off I go then. Yes, me lord. Righto. What? Yes, me lord. All right. Off I go then. Righto. Yes, me lord. All right. Yes, me lord. Ready to work. Yes, me lord. All right. What is it? Righto. Off I go then. Ready to work. All right. Righto. More work. Ready to work. More work. Off I go then. Yes, my lord. All right. Yes, my lord. Ready to work. Off I go then.
Is there danger? Certainly.
What's the plan?
The light is my strength.
Ready to work.
The
Job
light
done.
is my
What's
strength.
the plan? Sounds good. Sounds interesting. I'll check it out.
Our town is under siege.
Is there danger? Justice shall be done. I stand for the light, for honor.
That's curious. Sounds good. I'll take care of it. I can help. Sounds interesting.
I stand for the light. Justice shall be done.
I'm thinking.
Job done.
I can help. I'll take care of it.
I'm here to help.
Yes, me lord. Righto. Yes, me lord. Righto. Off I go then. All right.
The light is my strength. Is there danger?
I'm trying to think here. I'll check it out.
Job done. What? Off I go then. All right. Righto. Yes, my lord.
Ready for action.
Job done.
I stand for the light.
Yes, my liege.
The light is my strength.
That's curious.
Justice shall be done. I'm here to help.
What's the plan? Sounds good.
Ready ambush.
Is there danger? Of course.
I'm trying to think here. I'll
Job
take care of
done.
it. I'll check it out. Sounds
Job
interesting.
done.
Say the word. Ready for action.
Justice shall be done. Of course. I'm here to help. I stand for the light.
Yes, my liege. On my way.
The light is my
I can help.
strength.
Research complete.
That's curious. What's the plan?
Is there danger?
Job's
A
done.
sound plan.
What's the plan?
Upgrade complete.
What is it? Yes, my lord.
That's curious.
The light is my strength. For honor, certainly.
I can help.
Job done.
Ready for action.
I'll check it out. Sounds interesting.
Justice shall be done.
I can help.
I stand for the light. Is there danger?
That's curious.
Ready for action.
I'll take care of it. Sounds good. Sounds interesting. Sounds good.
Here to help. A sound.
Job done.
What's the plan?
Ready for action. Ready for action. Ready for action. Ready for action. I stand for the light. Of course.
What? Righto. All right. Off I go then.
Orders. Here to help. A sound plan. You need. Justice shall be done.
What's the plan? I'll check it out. Sounds interesting.
Say the word. Is there danger?
Shh, I'm trying to think here. I'll check it out. I'll take care of it. Sounds good. I'll take care of it. Sounds interesting. I'll check it out. Sounds good. I'll take care of it.
The light is my strength. Yes, my liege. Orders. I stand for
What's
the
the
light.
plan? I can help.
I'm here to help.
That's curious.
Job's done.
I stand for the light. For honor.
I am Kel'Thuzad, and I've come to deliver a warning.
His name is funny because the last part of his name, Zad, is the same as in Russian to say butt.
Is this cold?
Like somebody's butt.
Yes,
Zad. That's in Russian butt. Какой большой зад? with a big ass.
What do you mean?
I serve the Dreadlord, Alganis. He commands the scourge that will cleanse this land and establish a paradise.
Kill Fuzad. Kill Fubat.
What exactly is this scourge meant to cleanse?
Why, the living. Corpse. The land is all
Kill the big butt.
came out and scrambled.
Kill the big butt. That's his actual name. He just wanted to sound cool, but instead he sounds like a goddamn fucking degenerate.
I'll check it out.
Is there danger? Justice shall be done. Of course, all the granaries are empty. The shipments have already been sent out. We're too late.
Yes, my lord. Off I go then. Righto.
Justice shall be done. A sound plan. For honor, I stand for the
I can
light.
help. Sounds good. Sounds interesting. I'll take care of it.
Job's done. What is it?
Can I fix this?
I'm trying to think here.
The light is my strength.
I'm trying to think here. You asked for it.
Is there danger?
Lol. This was actually a secret that I just learned. It's a ghoul, but it's not attacking, and it's Timmy, and it killed him, and there's an item inside. What the fuck?
Sounds interesting.
What is Ring of Superiority, by the way? Strength of agility and intelligence of the hero by 1 when worn? Yeah, I'd rather have it on her. Yep. What the fuck? And that is so cool.
That's curious.
There are even like secrets here. You know, it's not like that big of a deal, but that's crazy.
A sound plan.
What's the plan? I'll check it out.
And this is actual undead scourge.
Justice shall be done. Certainly. Is there danger?
I can help. That's curious. I'm trying to think here.
I'm here to help.
There's nothing there. Okay.
What's the plan? Sounds good. What's the plan? I'll take care of it.
The light is my strength.
So we needed a blacksmith, right? Priest training and dispel magic is going to be available on those guys.
Certainly. A sound plan. Of course. For honor.
Our gold mine is running low.
Certainly.
There's so many gold mines here. Oh, I can like make like an actual like expansion somewhere.
For honor. Certainly. A sound plan. For honor.
Take your time. Look around.
Buy 1 scroll of healing, I'm thinking.
Of course.
I can help. Sounds interesting. I'll check it out.
Justice shall be done. For honor.
Research complete.
I come from this land. I'm here to help. A sound plan. Certainly.
I'm trying to think here. That's curious.
I come from this land. I'm here to help.
sound
Sounds good.
Is someone injured? Yes, my friend. Yes, my friend.
Is there danger? Of course. I stand for the light.
I attacked him with magic. You can also use the healing spell to deal damage to undead.
Make little difference in the long run. Now, the scourging of this land begins.
Nice. This was way more interesting when you're like more or less like controlling your shit. Great. Because before it was kind of gay, you know, and now it's not. I think I'm gonna read the next chapter of the book. Wait, where was this? It was... oh, it was here. Yeah. Yeah. Immediately when I thought about reading, also thought about reading one of my most favorite books ever. It's about Captain Blood. That shit is insanely fucking fun. Although I never read it like in English. I only read it in Russian.
Время чё?
Nie mogę rozpoznać. Okay, I'm gonna be AFK for a little bit.
так и тебя видеть не буду.
Ты хочешь на меня посмотреть еще? Я думал, подушкой нужно было закрыть совсем тебя от цвета или что? Нет? В чем смысл этой подушки здесь?
Ну что?
Уже ни в чем, да?
Я это заметила.
I'm back. Let's see the stream. Does it work? Does it fucking work? Oh my god, it works. Oh my god, Mom! Mom, it works! Mom, it works! God damn it, Mom! Didn't I tell you that it works? Mom, where are you? Stop sucking that man's dick. Mom, you're not a whore anymore. I found gold in the mine. I found gold in the mine. You don't have to suck dick for a loaf of bread. Especially your brothers. God damn it, Ma. Alright. Does everything work? Yeah, alright, everything works. What about here? The sound? Any music? I can open Warcraft free and like sit in the menu and change from full screen to just a sec. Come on, options. Windowed full screen. Save gameplay. Get back. Exit. Oops, why did I exit? Oh, that's fucking stupid. Gameplay. I'll need that later. Off, please. Yep, okay, all good. And here let's change the settings to input, output. No, wait, what? Hotkeys. Oh, hotkeys. Hotkeys. No. It's gonna be show and hide is gonna be. This is gonna be show and this is gonna be hide. Done. Hide, show. Nice. Okay. Alrighty then. Oh wow. Rumble stream is way behind. You crazy kids. Okay, it's time for War of the Ancients. Well of Eternity. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Let's go. Chapter 5. Brox had a bad feeling about their mission. Where are they? He muttered. Where are they? How did one hide a dragon? The orc wanted to know. The tracks were evident to a point, but then all he and Gaskell could find afterward were the footprints of a man, possibly two, since the orcs were near enough to notice if a dragon launched itself into the air, and they had seen no such astonishing sights. Then it only made sense that the Leviathan had to be nearby. Maybe that way, suggested the younger warrior, his brow furrowed deep. That pass. Too narrow, growled Brox. He sniffed the air. The scent of dragon filled his nostrils. Almost masked by it was the smell of human. Dragons and wizards. Treaty or no treaty, this would be a good day to die, if Brox could just find his foes. Kneeling down to study the tracks better, the veteran had to admit that Gaskell's suggestion made the most sense. The two sets of tracks led into the narrow pass, while the dragons simply vanished. Still, if the orcs confronted the other intruders, the beast would surely come. Not giving his companion any sign as to his true intentions, the older warrior rose. Let's go. Weapons ready, they trotted into the pass. Brock snorted as he looked it over. Definitely too narrow for a dragon, even half-grown one. Where was the beast? They had only gone a short distance when from further in they heard the monstrous howl of a beast. The two orcs glanced at each other, but did not slow. No true warrior turned at the first sound of danger. Deeper they went. The shadows played games, making it seem as if unnatural creatures lurked all around them. Brox's breathing grew heavier as he sought to keep pace with Gaskell. His axe weighed heavily in his hand. A shout, a human shout, echoed from only a short distance ahead. Brox, the younger orc began, but at that moment, a monstrous vision filled their view, a fiery image like nothing either have ever seen. It filled the pass, overflowing even into the rock. It did not seem alive, but nonetheless moved as if with purpose. Sounds, random, chaotic sounds filled the orc's ears, and when Brock stared into the center, he felt as if he stared into forever. Orcs were not creatures subject to easy fear, but the monstrous and surely magical vision overwhelmed the two warriors. Brox and Gaskell froze before it, aware that simple weapons would hardly turn it aside. Brox had desired a heroic death, not once such as this. There was no nobility in dying so. The thing looked capable of swallowing him as readily and without notice as it would a gnat, and that made his decision for him. Gaskell, move, run! And Brox himself failed to follow his own command. He turned to run, yes, but slipped like an awkward infant in the slick snow. The huge orc tumbled to the ground, striking his head. His weapon fell just out of reach. Gaskell, unaware of what happened to his comrade, had not fled back, but rather darted to the side to a depression in one of the walls. There he planted himself inside, certain of the protection of the solid rock. Still trying to clear his head, Brox realized Gaskell's mistake. Rising to his knees, he shouted, "Not there! Away!" But the cacophony of sounds drowned out his warning. The fearsome anomaly moved forward, and Brox watched with horror as Gaskell was caught on its very edge. 1,000 screams escaped the stricken orc as Gaskell both aged and grew younger simultaneously. Gaskell's eyes bulged and his body ripped like liquid. He stretched and contracted, and with a last ungodly cry, the younger orc shriveled within himself, contracting more and more until he completely vanished. "By the Horde!" Brox gasped, standing. He stared at the spot where Gaskell had stood, still somehow hoping that his companion would miraculously reappear unharmed. Then it finally sank in that he was seconds from being engulfed by the same monstrosity. Brox turned, instinctively seized his axe, and ran. He felt no shame in it. No orc could fight this. To die as Gaskell had died, would be a futile gesture. But as fast as the orc ran, the fiery vision moved faster. Nearly deafened by the countless sounds and voices, Brox gritted his teeth. He knew he could not outpace it. Not now, but he continued to try. He managed only 2 steps more before it swallowed him whole. Every bone, every muscle, every nerve in Crassus's body screamed. Oh, it's the next part of the chapter. Yeah, so the Fang god, Brox, swallowed him. Every bone, every muscle, every nerve in Crassus's body screamed. It was the only reason the dragon mage finally stirred from the black abyss of unconsciousness. What happened? He still did not quite know. 1 minute he had been trying to reach Ronan, and then, somehow, despite not being near it, he too had been swallowed by the anomaly. His mental link to the human wizard had literally dragged Crassus along. Images flashed through his befuddled mind again. Landscapes, creatures, artifacts. Crassus had witnessed time in its ultimate aspect, all at once. Aspect. That word summoned another dread vision, one he had thankfully forgotten until now. In the midst of the swirling chaos of time, Crassus had glimpsed a sight that left his heart and hope shattered. There, in the center of the fury, he had seen Nosdorma, the great aspect of time, trapped like a fly in a web. Nosdorma had been there in all his terrible glory, a vast dragon, not of flesh, but of the golden sand of eternity. His glittering, gem-like eyes the color of the sun, had been opened wide, but had not, in turn, seen the insignificant figure of Crassus. The great dragon had been in the throes of both battle and agony, ensnared yet also fighting to hold everything together, absolutely everything. Nosdorma was both victim and savior. Trapped in all time, he also held it from falling apart. If not for the aspect, the fabric of reality would have collapsed there and then. The world Crassus knew would have disappeared forever. It would never have even existed. A new surge of pain tore through Crassus. He cried out in the ancient tongue of the dragons, momentarily losing his accustomed control. Yet, with the pain came the realization that he still lived. The knowledge caused him to fight, to force himself back to full consciousness. Ничего? Все хорошо? God damn it. He opened his eyes. Trees greeted his gaze. Towering, lush trees with green canopies that nearly blotted out the sky. A forest in the bloom of life. Birds sang while other creatures rustled and scurried through the underbrush. Vaguely, Crassus registered the setting sun and soft, drifting clouds. So peaceful a landscape, the Dragon Mage almost wondered if he had, after all, died and gone to the beyond. Then, a not-so-heavenly sound, a muttered curse, caught his attention. Crassus looked to his left. Ronan rubbed the back of his head as he tried to force himself up slightly. The fiery-haired human had landed face down, only a few yards from his former mentor. The wizard spat out bits of dirt and grass, then blinked. By pure accident, he looked in Crassus's direction first. What? All he managed. Crassus tried to speak, but all that came from his own mouth at first was a sick croak. He swallowed, and then tried again. I do not know. Are you injured in any way? Flexing his arms and legs, Ronan grimaced. Everything hurts, but nothing seems broken. After a similar test, the Dragon Mage came to the same conclusion concerning himself. That they had arrived so intact astonished him. But then he recalled the magic of Nosdormu at work in the anomaly. Perhaps the aspect of time had noted them after all, and now done what he could to save the two. But if that was the case, Ronan rolled onto his back. Wait a minute, but if that was the case... ... Ronan rolled onto his back. Where are we? I cannot say. I feel I should know it, but... Crassus stopped as vertigo suddenly seized hold of him. He fell back onto the ground, closing his eyes until the feeling passed. Crassus, what happened? Nothing truly, I believe. I'm still not recovered from what happened. My weakness will go away. Yet he noted that Ronan already appeared much better, even sitting up and trying to stretch. What would a frail human better survive the anomaly's turmoil than he? With grim determination, Crassus also sat up. The vertigo sought to overwhelm him again, but the Dragon Mage fought it down. Trying to take his mind from his troubles, he looked around once more. Yes, he certainly sensed a familiarity about his surroundings. At some point he had visited this region. But when? When? The simple question filled him with a sudden dread. When? Nosdormu trapped in eternity. All time open to the anomaly. The thick woods and the growing shadows created by the vanishing sun made it virtually impossible to see enough to identify the land. He would have to take to the air. Surely a short flight would be safe. The area seemed bereft of any settlements. Ronan, remain here. I will scout from above, then return shortly. Is that wise? I think it is absolutely unnecessary. Without a further word, Crassus stretched out his arms and began transforming. Or rather, he tried to transform. Instead, the Dragon Mage doubled over in agony, overwhelming weakness. His entire body felt turned inside out, and he lost all sense of balance. Strong arms caught him just as he fell. Ronan carefully dragged him to a soft spot, then helped his companion down. Are you all right? He looked as if... Crassus caught him off. Ronan, I could not change. The young wizard frowned, not comprehending. You're still weak, Master Crassus. The trip through that thing. Yet you are standing. Take no offense from me, human, but what we passed through should have left you in a far worse state than mine. The other nodded, understanding. I just figured that you spent yourself trying to keep me alive. I'm afraid to tell you that once we entered it, I could do no more for you than I could could for myself. In fact, if not for Nosdormu... Nosdormu? Ronan's eyes widened. What's he got to do with our survival? You did not see him? No. Exhaling, the dragon mage described what he had seen. As he did, Ronan's expression grew increasingly grim. Impossible, the human finally breathed. Terrifying, Crassus corrected him. And now I must tell you also that if Nosdormu did save us from the raw forces of the anomaly, I fear he did not send us back to where we came from, or even when. You think we're in a different time? Yes. But as to what period, I cannot say. I also cannot say how we will be able to get back to our own era. Slumping back, Ronan gazed into empty space. Rissa! Have courage. I said I cannot say how we will be able to get back, but that does not mean that we will not try. Still, our first action must be to find sustenance and shelter and some knowledge of the land. If we can place ourselves, we might be able to calculate where best to find the assistance we need. Now help me up. With the human's aid, Crassus stood. After a few tentative steps, he decreed himself well enough to walk. Short discussion on which direction to take ended with agreement to head north, toward some distant hills. There, the two might be able to see far enough over the trees the next day to sight some village or town. The sun fell below the horizon barely an hour into their trek, but the pair continued on. Fortunately, Ronan had in one of his belt pouches some bits of travel food, and a bush they passed supplied them with a few handfuls of edible, if sour, berries. In addition, the smaller, almost elven form Crassus wore required far less food than his true shape. Still, both were aware that come the next day they would have to find more substantial fare if they were to survive. The thicker garments used for the mountains proved perfect to keep them warm once darkness reigned. Crassus' superior vision also enabled them to avoid some pitfalls in their path. Still, the going was slow, and thirst began to take its toll on the pair. Finally, a slight trickling sound to the west led them to a small stream. Ronan and Crassus knelt gratefully and began to drink. "Thank the five," the dragon mage said as they drank. Ronan nodded silently, too busy trying to swallow the entire stream. After they had their fill, the two sat back. Crassus wanted to go on, but neither he nor the human clearly had the strength to do so. They would have to rest for the night here, then continue on at first light. He suggested as much to Ronan, who readily agreed. "I don't think I could go another step," the wizard added. Wait a minute, the wizard? "I don't think I could go another step, but I think I can still create a fire if you like." The idea of a fire enticed Crassus, but something inside him warned against it. "We shall be warm enough in our garments. I would prefer to err on the side of caution for now." "You're probably right. We could be in the time of the Horde's first invasion for all we know." That seemed a bit unlikely to Crassus considering the peacefulness of the woods, but the centuries had produced other dangers. Fortunately, their present location would keep them fairly secreted from most creatures passing near. A rising slope also gave them a natural wall to hide behind. More out of exhaustion than agreement, they stayed where they were, literally falling asleep on the spot. Crassus' slumber, however, was a troubled one, in which his dreams reflected events. Again he saw Nosdormu struggling against that which was his very nature. He saw all time tangled, confused, and growing more unstable each moment the anomaly existed. Crassus saw something else, too, a faint, fiery glare, almost like eyes gazing hungrily on all it saw. The dragon mage frowned in his sleep as his subconscious tried to recollect why such an image would seem so terribly familiar. But then the slight clink of metal against metal intruded, ripping apart his dreams and scattering the bits away just as Crassus was on the verge of remembering what the burning eyes represented. Even as he stared, Ronan's hand clamped over his mouth. Early in his long life, such an affront would have made the dragon teach the mortal creature a painful lesson in manners. But now, Crassus not only had more patience than in his youth, he also had more trust. Sure enough, the clink of metal again sounded, so very slight, but to the trained ears of either spellcaster still like thunder. Ronan pointed upward. Crassus nodded. Both cautiously stood, trying to see over the slope. Hours had clearly passed since they had fallen asleep. The woods were silent, save for the songs of a few insects. If not for the brief unnatural sounds they had heard, Crassus would have thought nothing amiss. Then a pair of large, almost monstrous shapes materialized beyond the slope. At first they were unrecognizable, but then Crassus' superior vision identified them as not two creatures, but rather four. A pair of riders atop long, muscular panthers. They were tall, very lean, but clearly warriors. They were clad in armor the color of the night, and wore high, crested helms with nose guards. Crassus could not yet make out their faces, but they moved with a fluidity he did not see in most humans. Both the riders and their sleek black mounts journeyed along if little troubled by the darkness, which made the dragon mage quickly caution his companion. "They will see you before you clearly see them," Crassus whispered. "What they are, I do not know, but they are not of your kind." "There's more," Ronan returned. Despite his inferior vision, he had been gazing in just the right direction direction to catch another pair of riders approaching. The four soldiers moved in almost complete silence. Only the occasional breath from an animal or metallic movement gave any sign of their presence. They looked to be involved in an intense hunt. Crassus came to the dread conclusion that they were looking for Ronan and him. One of the foremost riders reined his monstrous saber-toothed mount to a halt, then raised his hand to his face. A small flash of blue light briefly illuminated the area around him. In his gauntleted hand, the rider held a small crystal, which he focused on the dark landscape. After a moment, he cupped the artifact with his other hand, dousing the light. The use of the magical crystal only partly bothered Crassus. With little he had seen of the hunter's scowling, violet countenance worried him far more. "Night elves," he whispered. The rider wielding the crystal instantly looked Crassus's way. "They've seen us," muttered Ronan. Cursing himself for a fool, Crassus pulled the wizard with him into the deeper woods. "It is our only hope!" A single shout echoed through the night, and then the woods filled with riders. Their fearsome yet agile mounts leaped nimbly along, padded feet making no sound as the beasts moved. Like their masters, they had gleaming silver eyes that enabled them to see their quarry well despite the darkness. The panther roared lustily, eager to reach the prey. Ronan and Crassus slid down a hill and into a thicket. One rider raced past them, but another turned and continued pursuit. Behind them, more than a dozen other riders spread out for the area, intending to cut off their quarry. The two reached the denser area, but the lead rider was nearly upon them. Turning about, Ronan shouted a single word. A blinding ball of pure force struck the night elf square in the chest, sending him flying back off his steed and into the trunk of a tree with a resounding crash. The powerful assault only served to make the others more determined to catch them. Despite the harder going, the riders pushed their mounts on. Crassus glanced to the east and saw that the others had already made their way around the duo. Instinctively he cast a spell of his own. Spoken in the language of pure magic, it should have created a wall of flame that would have kept their pursuers at bay. Instead, a small bonfire burst to life in random locations. Night elves did not even pay them any mind. Worse, Crassus doubled over in renewed pain and weakness. Ronan came to the rescue again. He repeated a weaker variation of the Dragon Mage's spell, but where Crassus had received for his efforts lackluster results, in physical agony the human wizard garnered an unexpected bounty. The woods before their pursuers exploded with hungry, robust flames, driving the armored riders back in complete disarray. Ronan looked as startled at the results as the night elves, but managed to recover quicker. He came to Crassus' side and helped the stricken mage retrieve from the scene. "They will," Crassus had to gasp for breath. "They will find a path around soon. They know this place well from the looks of it." "What did you call them?" "They are night elves, Ronan. You recall them?" Both Dragon Mage and human had spent their part in the war against the Burning Legion near or in Dalaran, but tales had come from far off the appearance of the Night Elves, the legendary race from which Viserys' kind was descended. The Night Elves had appeared when disaster had seemed imminent, and it was no understatement to say that the outcome might have been different if they had not joined the Defenders. But if these are Night Elves, then aren't we allies? You forget that we are not necessarily in the same time period. You forget that we are not necessarily in the same time period. In fact, until their reappearance, it was thought by even the dragons that their kind had become extinct. After the end of Crassus became very subdued. Not at all certain he wanted to follow his thoughts to their logical conclusion. Shouts erupted nearby. Three riders closed on them. Curved swords raised. In the lead rode the one who wielded the blue crystal. Ronan's flames illuminated his face, the handsomeness typical of any elf, forever ruined by a severe scar running down the left side from near the eye to the lip. Crassus tried to cast another spell, but it only served to send him to his knees. Ronan guided him down, then faced the attackers. "Ride to Zerak!" he shouted. The branches nearest the night elves suddenly clustered, forming a web-like barrier. One rider became tangled in them and slipped from his mount. A second reined his protesting panther to a halt behind the one caught. Their leader sliced through the branches as if cutting air, his blade leaving a streak of red lightning in his deadly wake. "Ronan!" Crassus managed. "Flee! Leave!" His former student had as little intention of obeying such a command as the Dragon Mage would have in his place. Ronan reached into his belt pouch and from it drew what first looked like a band of glowing quicksilver. The quicksilver swiftly coalesced into a gleaming blade, a gift to Ronan from an elven commander at the end of the war. In the light of the wizard's blade, the haughty expression of the Night Elves' leader transformed into surprise. Nonetheless, he met Ronan's sword with his own. Crimson and silver sparks flared. Ronan's entire body shook. The Night Elf nearly slipped from the saddle. The panther roared, but because of his rider could not reach their foe with his razor-sharp claws. The panther roared, but because of his rider could not reach their foe with his razor-sharp claws. They traded blows again. A wizard Ronan might be, but he had learned over his life the value of being able to fight by hand. Marissa trained him so that even among seasoned warriors he could hold his own. And with the elven blade he stood a good chance of success against any one foe, but not against many. Even as he kept both Night Elf and Beast at bay, 3 more riders arrived, 2 manipulating a net. Crassus heard a sound from behind him and glanced over his shoulders to see 3 more coming, also bearing a huge net. Try as he might, he could not get the words of power out. He, a dragon, was helpless. Ronan saw the first net and backed up. He held a sword ready in case the Night Elves tried to snare him. The leader urged his mount forward, keeping Ronan's attention. "Behind you!" Crassus called, the weakness overcoming him again. There's another." A booted foot kicked the weakened mage in the side of the head. Crassus retained consciousness, but could not focus. From bleary eyes he watched as dark forms of the Night Elves closed in on his companion. Ronan fended off a pair of blades, chased back one of the huge cats, and then the net caught him from behind. He managed to sever one section, but the second net fell over him, entangling Ronan completely. Ronan opened his mouth, but the lead rider moved up and struck him hard across the jaw with his gauntleted fist. The human wizard dropped. Enraged, Crassus managed to pull himself part way from his stupor. He muttered and pointed at the leader. His spell worked this time, but went astray. A bolt of golden lightning struck not the target in question, but rather a tree near one of the other hunters. 3 large limbs ripped free, collapsing on one rider and crushing both him and his mount. The lead Night Elf glared in Crassus' direction. The Dragon Mage tried futilely to protect himself as fists and boots pummeled him into submission, and finally unconsciousness. He watched as his subordinates beat at the peculiar figure who had more by chance than by skill slain one of their own. Long after it was clear the victim had lost all sense, he let his warriors take out their frustration on the unmoving body. The panthers hissed and growled, smelling blood, and it was all the Night Elves could do to keep them from joining in the violence. When he judged that they had reached the limits of safety, that any further beating would jeopardize the life of their prisoner, he gave the command to halt. "Lord Xavius wants all alive," the scarred Night Elf snapped. "We don't want him disappointed, do we?" The others straightened, fear abruptly appearing in their eyes. Well, they might fear, he thought, for Lord Xavius had a tendency to reward carelessness with death, painful, lingering death, and often he chose the willing hand of Varro then to deal out that death. "We were careful, Captain Varro then," one of the soldiers quickly insisted. "They will both survive the journey," the captain nodded. It still amazed him how the Queen's consular had even detected the presence of these unusual strangers. All Xavius had said when he had summoned faithful Varrodan was that there had been some sort of odd manifestation, and that he wanted the captain to investigate and bring back anyone unusual discovered in the vicinity. Varrodan, ever sharp-eyed, had noticed the slight furrowing of the Lord's brow, the only hint that Xavius was more disturbed about his unknown manifestation than he hinted. Varro then eyed the prisoners as their bound bodies were draped unceremoniously over one of the panthers. Whatever the counselor had expected, it surely did not include a pair such as this. The weak one had managed the last spell. The weak one who had managed the last spell looked vaguely like a Night Elf, but his skin was pale, almost white. The other one, obviously a younger and far more talented spellcaster, Varrodan did not know what to make of him. It was not unlike a Night Elf, but it was clearly not. He looked like no creature the veteran soldier had ever seen. "No matter. Lord Xavius will sort it all out," Varrodan murmured to himself, "even if he has to tear the limb from limb or flay them alive to get the truth." And whichever course the counselor took, good. Loyal Captain Darrow then would be there to lend his experienced hand. Chapter 6. It was a trouble. It was a troubled Malfurion who returned to his home near the Roaring Falls, just beyond the large night elven settlements of Suramar. He had chosen the site because of the tranquility and untransformed nature around the falls. Now here, else did he feel so at peace, save perhaps in Cenarius' hidden grove. Cheers. A low set rounded domicile formed from both tree and earth. Malfurion's simple home was a far contrast from those of most night elves. Not for him was the gaudy array of colors that bespoke of his kind's tendency to try to outshine one another. The colors of his home were those of earth and life, the forest greens, the rich, fertile browns and kindred shades. He tried to adapt to his surroundings, not force them to adapt to him, as was his people's way. Yet nothing about his home gave Malfurion any sense of comfort this night. Still fiercely clear in his mind were the thoughts and images he had experienced while walking the Emerald Dream. They had opened up doors in his imagination. He wished desperately to shut again, but he knew would be impossible. The visions you see in the Emerald Dream, they can mean many things, Cenarius had insisted, no matter how true they might look. Even what we think is real, such as your view of Zinajari, maybe not be so, where the dreamland plays its own games on our limited minds. Malfurion knew that the demigod had only been trying to assuage him, that what the night elf saw had been truth. He understood that Cenarius was actually as concerned about the reckless spellcasting taking place in the palace of Ajara as his student was. The power that the Highborn had been summoning, what could it be for? Did they not sense how stressed the fabric of the world had grown near the well? It was still unfathomable to him that the Queen could condone such careless and possibly destructive work, and yet Malfurion could not shake the certainty that she was as much a part of it as any of her subordinates. Ajara was no simple figurehead, she truly ruled. Even when it came to her arrogant highborn, he tried to return his normal routine, hoping that would help him forget his troubles. There were but 3 rooms to the young night elf's home, yet another example of the simplicity of his life compared to that of others. In one stood his bed and a handful of books and scrolls he had gathered concerning nature and his recent studies. In another, toward the back, was the larder, and a small, plain table where he prepared his meals. Malfurion considered both rooms nothing more than necessities. The third, the communal room, was ever his favorite place. Here, where the light of the moon shone bright at night, and the glistening waters of the falls could be seen, he sat in the center and meditated. Here, with a sip of the honey nectar wine, so favored by his kind, he looked over his work and tried to comprehend what Cenarius had taught him the lesson before. Here, by the short, ivory table where a meal could be spread out, he also visited with Terrant and Illidan. But there would be no Terrant or Illidan this evening. Terrant had returned to the Temple of Elune to continue her own studies, and Malfurion's twin, and what was another sign of their growing dissimilarities, now preferred the raucousness of Suramar to the serenity of the forest. Oh my god, Suramar! By the way, Malfurion leaned back, his face agleam in the light of the moon. He shut his eyes to think, hoping to calm his nerves. No sooner had he done so, though, when something large moved across the field of moonlight, briefly putting Malfurion in total darkness. The night elf's eyes snapped open just in time to catch a glimpse of a huge, ominous form. Malfurion immediately leaped to the door and flung it open, but to his surprise, only the rushing waters of the nearby falls met his tense gaze. He stepped outside, peered around. Surely no creature so large could move so fast. The bullish Tauren and Ursine furbolgs were not unknown to him, but while they matched in size, the peculiar shadow neither of the two races was known for swiftness. A few branches rustled in the wind, and a night bird sang somewhere in the distance, but Malfurion could find no sign of his supposed intruder. Simply your own nerves, he finally chided himself. Your own uncertainties. Returning inside, Malfurion seated himself again, his mind already caught up once more on his troubles. Unlike his phantom intruder, he was certain that he had not imagined or misread anything concerning the palace and the well. Somehow, Malfurion would have to learn more than the Emerald Dream could at present reveal to him. And he suspected he would have to do it very, very quickly. I'm gonna come back soon. Okay, I'm back. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. Okay. Uh-huh. Cool. Cool. Okay, good. Here. I want to watch this a little bit. Share, copy, and then edit, paste. Nice.
But I'm not going to coach. I'll just coach. I will just watch. And the reason I'll do it is practicing my ability to stand by and not back. This needs discipline. Asking the information, then be ignored. I'll give Lindy a call soon. I wanted to have a chat with him, but first I want to get into Kirby, are you going to coach Stasis at all? It was streaming pretty late today into your stream time. It was not into my stream time. It was 1.5 hours before. He didn't ask. He asked for coaching 12 noon my time on Monday. But I wake up at 12 noon. I offered 2 time slots, but he couldn't. I think I have to go to stream, not reading Discord. This surround skill is very good actually.
Okay, let's go. What are we listening to here?
Wiper.
Why his shit is also always so low? Is he fucking stupid? Well, he's not stupid. It's just that, like,
I offered 2 time slots, but he couldn't.
his setup is so shit. It's always so fucking low on volume.
I think I have to go to Knopf's stream, reading Discord. Taser's surround skill is very good actually. Game name Wiper. Wait, what name did you say now? Wiper. Wait, what? It's not something else kind of play.
Wiper.
Okay.
The wiper.
That's the enemy I found. I know I leveled up, but it's called Grubby. Wait. It's not Wiper. Oh, no. Irfan XD. Join the game, please.
Wait, Rob is in the game. He's serious.
I'm not gonna play.
Oh, he's watching too. Nice.
No coaching, no coaching.
2 orc coaches.
And double orc coaching this.
I'm not gonna coach, I'm just gonna watch. Irfan XD, get your ass in here, where are you?
His name is, he just wrote it here, Irfan XD or...
What elo are we talking?
Like 13 to 1400?
Fart
Are you coming,
XD.
Irfan?
Sven, yeah, Sven.
Anyone else? 13, 14, MMR, undead. Link me your profile.
By the way, I like to.
Okay, Nixon. Get your ass in here. Give me a Viper. Nixon, thank you, man. Thank you for joining for the scrim.
And also it makes sense. So there we go. Nice.
Yeah. The Berserkers, and then I could have added Shadowhunter as well.
Firelord is really good when you have.
Viper should play Elo 14, 15. Yeah, he is. Look, he's playing someone very good.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
1349. Holy shit, we just started. Damn!
Good luck.
Yeah.
Foggy Sunday, did I miss anything? Yeah, we just reviewed replays of Dendi versus Tyler and Dendi versus Sing Sing. Okay, guys. Oh! I am not part of the coaching process today. The Viper is playing against Nixon. Nix in Dutch means nothing. N in Dutch is just a letter in the alphabet, one of 26. So we have the Viper versus Nixon. Nixon has MMR.
Orc is the president.
1435 or something? 1435. Where's the Viper's MMR right now? Oh, here it is. 1349. So that's usually above the Viper's pay grade. Viper's at 1299. So not that big of a difference. Close enough. Viper's gonna go for a 4-mil barracks opening. I am not coaching, so we haven't done anything. I don't know if Knopf has instructed Viper to do any specific strategy. I do know that I just matchmade Nixon with them, which means Nixon does not know what strategy he's supposed to be playing, which is perfect. We don't want that anyway. So everyone is going to have their own style, and you don't know what's going to happen, which is good. Yo, Beard Sparts, thanks for the 7 months. We do know that the participants in the second streamer invitational, the 2 undeads that Viper would be preparing for, are Turin and Tasteless. Right now, Turin and Tasteless have a really big emphasis on practicing fast extraction in a big way. Take a look at the participants right now. Turin has taken the pole position in MMR, and he's doing very well recently. And look at his amazing hero diversity. Dreadlord Expo, another solo Dreadlord, then there's a solo Dreadlord with Expo, and a solo Dreadlord Expo. So he clearly loves his Expos. We look at the Tasteless playbook. He's also gaining a lot of wins, though he's much lower on the MMR. Criplord Expo, Criplord Expo, Criplord Expo, Criplord Expo, Criplord Expo. I think you get the point. And then there's sometimes DK against Night Elf. So if I'm... How long do they have left? You've got the rest of Sunday, and then they have 4 days left. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. With 4 days left, it's time to start specifically preparing not on foundational practice alone anymore, but on what am I going to be facing. Or maybe with 3 days left. You can still spend 1 day on just getting better and preparing for whatever you meet on the ladder. Oh, huge coil steal from himself, essentially, because that was his count. The tourney on Friday. Yep. Tourney on Good Friday. Yep. When will you announce the player pools? Player pool probably on Tuesday or... Yeah, probably on Tuesday. And I was going to do the format tomorrow, but that's Monday. I think maybe I announce everything tomorrow on Monday. Tournament on Good Friday. And then also on Saturday. And not on Easter. So Headhunter Harass. Nice splitting here. Note how Viper is not sending all his army together. Together, even though they're split. I wonder if he's separately control grouping the Headhunter, or if he's doing it with rectangle clicks. I think I'm actually going to take a small look at his screen. I need to know how he's doing it. Let me try to just take a look at Nice micro, good army control. He took almost no damage. His micro is ridiculously good. It's very good. When he knows what he needs to be doing, his micro is very, very good. Viper was lagging behind. Viper was very far behind in MMR, but he's catching up. Even though he's still like 6th in MMR, yeah, he's 6th. He's very close to 5 and 4. He learned from the coaching last time.
He's lining up an attack from the right.
Where I said it's important to attack the shop if you can freely attack it. Ooh, nice stutter step micro. Did too much damage on one Headhunter. It's gonna get taken down. Oh, he kills it himself. Didn't need to, but nice try. Guess he doesn't tolerate runners. Second hero, 18 seconds too late. 17 seconds to be clear.
Thanks for free XP.
Plus 24 XP. Bestiary, troll regeneration. Holy shit, this guy is good. Looks good, right? Control.
We need more gold.
He could attack the crypt too. Is it worth it? It's probably too tanky to be worth it. Oh look, he wants to go in for the regen scroll cancel. I think he was thinking about doing that. Soon it'll be time to send his Headhunters back and farm the TC. Also don't want to get tagged by the Black Citadel, but he's definitely doing a great job of sustaining. One of the problems that Viper quoted recently, like 2 days ago when I coached him, I think this Friday it was, is he said that he contains people very effectively, but then doesn't know how to use it. But now, looks like he knows how to use it just fine. He's following in this case, and he would have probably... Wait, he's speed scrolled. Is Tarn shifted? No. Okay.
Should have gone Stomp probably rather than the Aura.
Yeah, I think Stomp here makes sense. Imagine if he came here with a Stomp. Here, just creep the corner. He should just creep the expansion now. Stop chasing. Ah, he's over chasing. Any creepers?
Can't buy anything yet.
Chat overlay stacked. Booster covering as well. Oh. On my booster. Ah, yeah, yeah. This is better.
Whoa, I got insta perched.
Any more Sing Sing coaching? I would be down, but I'm probably gonna cut off from Wednesday, Thursday. So there's just Monday, Tuesday left. Go back to Observer. I like this more, I think. I like to see what he's thinking. Yeah, we can also go between the two. I like to see where he's at.
I haven't made mistakes in the control.
Knopf stream? No, stop chasing. Creep. Grubby stream? No, creep. Stop chasing. Did Knopf say the same? That's good.
No, it's trying to use the speed skill for saving.
Pretty good torrent shifting control there.
I'm just fighting creeps there.
Yeah. He also didn't pick Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning there would have killed 2 to 3 ghouls. A little oversensitive when people say the game isn't working. I think the game works perfectly. He said, why is this not working? Sometimes when people say, this game is so bad, the units don't listen, I take personal offense, like I'm the game. Too deep. Civ 7 VR? Do you mean specifically on VR or the game itself? I think maybe it's a little bit more convenient to play on the computer without VR. But it would be more fun to play against other players in the game. You can actually role play and you see the avatars and you're standing around the table. Kind of like a... Like if you play it multiplayer, I think it would be quite cool with your friends, if you have any.
If you have any.
More easily gonna gravitate towards the non-VR.
Okay.
Like normally.
What is then? Star Vaders? Random games, then Baldur's Gates.
Leading with low health. That does not look good. That's gonna die instantly to a Nova. Wait, is he not gonna Nova? He's so scared he doesn't Nova. 341 APM, by the way. No, it's really easy. Just pull it. Just pull it. And then ensnare it 3 times. Guys, I need to record a YouTube short about this.
About what?
It's way overdue. Just don't have enough time. Can you guys give me some more time?
Let me...
Like normal. Raider leading with low health. That does not look good. That's gonna die instantly to a Nova. Wait, is he not gonna Nova? He's so scared he doesn't Nova.
LOL.
341 APM, by the way. No, it's really easy. Just pull it.
Just pull it. What? With that army? He's not going for it?
I need to record a YouTube
Jesus.
It's way overdue.
With this army? You're joking.
Just don't have enough time. Can you guys give me some more time? No backseating. Gonna backseat. I'm gonna short. He's gonna lose a raider. 3, 2, 1. Terrible, horrible. kill scroll is nice.
Double kill scroll, he means like on one and on the other character? Like one?
Can probably be a little intimidating. Yeah, that's an illusion.
Why is he just standing with his hero? That guy.
Mechanics. It wasn't a full surround, but it's kind of the idea.
What the Oh, illusion. Oh.
You still use the headset, which is listed in the description, Philips SHP 9500. Yes. Do I recommend it? Absolutely. Very comfortable.
I'm not sure if I can do this.
It's open-backed, which means that you hear the room around you well. That means I can hear my dog dreaming, which is very valuable to me. It also means there's a lot of air transference, which means your ears get less heaty. It's lightweight. It doesn't have too much clamp force, which means that my head, my scalp, and my ears don't get uncomfortable. It sits on the head comfortably. It's one of like 5 headsets.
What is this ad?
I mean, I have tried dozens of headsets in my life.
Ad.
The 5 that I tried recently, I returned the other 4 to the store because they all failed in some way.
Pay chatter.
I
Well.
recommend it, and it was inexpensive as well. Philips
Add 1 out of 80.
I bought a 500 and a 600 euro headset, which were highly recommended for the same reasons as what I looked for. Terrible, horrible.
Let's just go in.
What if you got a big ass head? I have a big ass head. I have such a big head that when I went on skiing vacation in Austria, all the helmets were too small for me, including the XXXL helmet that they had. In the end, I skied without a helmet. I just used sunglasses instead.
What is this stupid story? What are you talking?
And kind of a large skull, actually. But yeah, I tried to
What is this story?
150 euro headset, 250 and a 600 euro headset, which I think is kind of high price and probably marked up a lot. But I was willing to pay it for a very comfortable, very good headset. But I had to return it because it had too much clamp. So in the end, after I shopped for a bunch of different ones, my wife found this Philips SHP 9500. After she understood my headset desires and requirements, she didn't understand exactly what I wanted at first. Then she's a very good shopper. She found this one, and I love it. So we bought 2 more. We have 2 now as backup. I guess I didn't comment much on audio quality, which is important to me, but not as important as comfort. Hey, thanks, Klee. Appreciate it. Oh, TC's gonna get his ass kicked.
Yes, like.
In 3, 2, thunderclap now. Bam! Boulder on TC. Auto attack TC, dead. I knew it! I knew it, dude! It's so predictable!
Jesus, dude.
Everyone's gonna die. It's because the AI is predictable once you get it.
It was worth. Trust me, I got that.
Oh, by the way, does anyone have the clip of Loco doing the same camp? Someone clipped me the link of Loco with the 3 bears. I don't know if anyone has it. I don't know why I expected someone to instantly summon that precision.
It was worth trust.
How did you go about deciding who to invite to the tournament? By any chance did Hey, whoa, Bobby wants. Thank you, man. 156 months. Cheers. How's it going, Mark? Hope you're doing well.
156 months, yikes.
How did you go about deciding who to invite to the tournament? By any chance did you invite Artosis? I did invite Artosis. He declined because he's traveling for ASL. Just like Tasteless. But Tasteless lives in South Korea, so he doesn't have to travel. They're both covering it. Artosis needed to come from Canada or USA. So yeah, he couldn't make it. How did I decide participants? I need to know them. Initially, at least, that was a requirement. You kind of need to know them, have some rapport with them. So, I mean, I could try to go for 10 people I don't know or 8 people I don't know, but it makes more sense.
Lol, the guy says like, how can he have this much APM and play so poorly? You crazy? He's playing pretty good.
Would they be interested in Warcraft 3? Then are they a streamer and are they going to be able to do that streaming journey where they practice it and then play the tournament? Ideally, a little bit more viewers rather than having very few. And then I wanted people from strategy games for this time around. That was the theme. So I wanted to see which strategy game skills transfer the best to Warcraft 3 and who can practice the best and learn the best and learn a new strategy game and so on. And I wanted to have a slightly higher level than the previous invitational. That's why I chose strategy games players. That was the theme. And that was like mostly all the requirements. Stinksy is not a strategy game player. Of course he is. He got top 6 in the Dota TI. Yep, and Lakari. What do you mean, and Lakari? Lakari's immortal in Dota 2. He played a good mage in WoW. Lakari, the famous Dota 2 immortal player. You guys didn't see. Anyway, Lakari was like, Grubby, no, I'm gonna get smoked by all the other strategy game players, the RTS players. I said, Lakari, if you join, I'll help you a little bit more than the rest.
And the immortal shit? It's different than EU immortal. Oh, maybe.
This is a nice fight by the Viper.
Actually true.
But his headhunters are targeting that.
Likari.
DC invulnerability potion! Oh, this item usage. This is happening to Viper almost every game. Yo, thanks for the sub, Murzik07, appreciate it. Thanks for the 31 months. Oh, this info loss is every time on Viper.
He still is winning, kind of.
Yeah.
He did. He lost him.
No, don't pick Earthquake!
Why this fucker didn't like fucking heal the goddamn lich?
Why did they unburrow? If he doesn't unburrow, they don't come along to the TP. Wait. You tier 3s, insta-cancel, and then makes Expo instead. But the funny thing is, the money is not even mutually exclusive. We could have done both. I think his priority of what he should be looking at is messed up. He didn't say Bureau. Yeah, it's more important to click Invul and TC than some of the other things he did. The burst is too unpredictable for him. Well, you need to go into fights knowing what your escape mechanics are on your heroes. Every fight you enter, you must know what are my escapes on hero. And that needs to be at the forefront of your mind. And it's okay if you're full life, but the moment you're under half life, you need to constantly look at your heroes. Grubby will explore more VR games. This sport VR game didn't show full potential. The thing I love now is that now I have the headset, now I know how to use it, now I know how to stream with it. I can do games that are maybe even more suitable for a headset as well. So next time there's like a hot game coming up, just tell me about it. And I can consider it. Will I do VR chat or RP? I don't think so. Still carry. I just read on Reddit that many a marriage was ruined by VR chat. GTA RP, no. RP seems to be for gooners.
Do you think?
Gooners and role players.
That my arm is just too strong now.
Yep, he's right. There you go.
Oh, GG. lost the Tauren twice, despite having a potion of invul.
Yep.
Because my mistake there is I didn't have it in the slot where I normally would have it, so I couldn't quick click it. But I have a hotkey for this as well, so I could have quick clicked it.
Yes, you could.
Just many mistakes in inventory usage rather.
VR chat definitely gets you laid. With a girl though, or with a guy pretending to be a girl?
Yeah, worked out in the end. I do have item hotkeys, I just forget to use them sometimes.
Does it matter? I mean, I guess at some point it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna lie, if I was a 35-year-old virgin, I might not stick to heterosexuality anymore. I'm not gay, but
The open was solid. Yeah, main issue in this game I thought was that I wasn't using my items on my Tauren in particular efficiently. I was using units to creeps as well, had them moving two times, which was bad.
I don't think that's how it works. You can't change what you were attracted to. Hey, I didn't say anything about being attracted.
Went okay for me.
Yeah, I think you're targeting where
You hear me?
like you're using attack rule and trying to get TC in good position. I think
Just wanna
that's
pop
one
it.
of your strengths for sure. Like you have very good control, but of
A man's
course,
gotta do
not using
a man.
was pretty big.
Yeah.
Do you
Gotta
think
do.
there's a way like if you use hotkey or if you have the like Ingo potion on a certain
Cool practice session. If you are listening, Nixon, if you're listening to my stream, just go to theirs. If you want to play more with them, then they can invite you, because I'm not going to watch the next. Thank you for practice. Make sure to connect with them. Be like, hey, I was Nixon. Cool practice session. Grubby after gay sex. Actually, yeah, that works. That works. I mean, in the hypothetical that I would be a 35-year-old single virgin, which I'm not. See how our boy Lakari is doing. $15K game limit. I see. That's how he fixed that. He's 12 win, 10 loss. Okay, not bad, man. Yo, just give heal scroll to the keeper with bottom. It's fine. Our champion has fallen. By the way, all the moonwalls are full. I mean, not like he could go there. Thanks, Yellow Flash. Bottom of the bottom? What? Oh, I wanted to give Dendy a call. Is Dendy in game? Let me check. Guys, look at this.
This is a risky camp to be creeping up. It's too risky. No! Mate, I just lost 3 bears. Oh, okay. Forget about the bear bust. We have pushed it a little too far. I didn't get my levels. Mate, if I would have had my bears in though, it would have been insanely good. Instead I end up with nothing. Or I have
I'll send this to my editor for the short. So when I do this, when I go to the short, combining with this. over you. He said 1800 at least. He talked about 1700. Okay, so he said everything then. You know what his goal is? What? Beating me? 2K. If Tyler can get to 2K, he can actually showmatch Hearthstone. It's really hard to get to 18. To get to 2K. Really hard. Can you get to 2K without control groups? He does use them. He doesn't study some of the fine mechanics of the game enough. And he doesn't have the patience to learn them, is what I'm afraid of sometimes. So like, if I wanted to explain it, would he want to hear it? If I say like, Parsley and Headhunter are in one selection, and you click behind an obstacle, instead of going past their quickest side, they will join one or the other on, so that they can go together. Like, would you want to hear all of that? Tyler said he wants to hit a respectable MMR, but he doesn't know where that is. I won't respect him until he has at least 2300. He said 1800. He doesn't study some of the fine mechanics of the game enough. And he doesn't have the patience are in one selection, and you click behind an obstacle, instead of going past their quickest side, they will join one or the other on, so that they can go together. Like, would you want to hear all of that? Tyler said he wants to hit a respectable MMR, but he doesn't know where that is. I won't respect him until he has at least 2300. Goalpost, yeah.
Move the goalpost.
Oh wait, Nixon is right there. Man, with no warm-up, this was rough for me.
Also, do you know about the doom braces, like this item?
Someone in my chat wrote that it makes you take 33% less spell damage. I should have put that in the tower.
In this case, I think yes, because he was focusing the town chieftain a lot, but...
Oh, Dandy just finished his game?
What's wrong with Dandy? He's just like fucking, like scratching here, there, touching here.
Please no watch. Are you played against him, Poo Poo? Quit it, Poo Poo. He wants to show the griffin.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, hi, Dandy.
Hello. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Oh, I had a crazy day today.
I saw you played some other people I know.
Yeah, crazy day. I pumped 18 games, which is a lot to me. I played Tyler, I played Sing. It was a lot of fun.
I watched both.
Super. So I had the problem playing against human.
Yeah, I'm watching your stream if you want to share.
Yeah, sure. I can share Discord if it's better for you.
Yeah, it should be better.
My PC is lucky. Good.
Okay. So, Griffins then.
Yeah, I was asking chat advice what to do, and just they advised to build gyros. Then a little bit later they advised to build tanks. And then my tanks start dying. They advised to build those flying tanks that catch I forgot.
Dragonhawks.
Dragonhawks? Yeah, Dragonhawks. So I got a little bit mad at my chat after that. Because I built like 7 tanks and all was happening with the Griffins was flying away from them all game long.
Yep.
Yeah. I think probably I could win if I just go his base.
My guess
I don't know where to
is,
scroll.
even though I haven't seen the game, my guess is that the opponent is going to go Panda second. Is this true?
Nope. Single Archimage who is casting Blizzard into my worker line all game long.
Okay.
With invisibility on Sorcerer.
Okay.
On Sorcerers. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see how you deal with that. Can I see your main?
Oh, I played against him before, so I actually had already some preparation in my mind what I'm gonna do. I thought about I need anti-invisible towers, like
nice. Magic Sentry.
Yeah, some small things, but even though I knew he gonna go gyros, Griffins, I actually knew, I expected it, because what else he would go for if he's sitting on base and building like I don't know, wall of like super protected wall, right? I cannot pass it, but I didn't know what unit is the best. I thought maybe gyros, but he brought up my gyros like in a few seconds.
Yeah, yeah. I like this Arcane Tower a lot. Bad in meta situation, but very good against this type of Archmage harass.
Yeah, I thought that I don't want to place it into worker line because he will just kill it with Blizzard.
Yep.
So and also I want to do anti-invis in future, maybe. So just pump it here.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I stole his camp here. He was trying to farm with 3 Putis. I put 2 Putis on him.
Are you rotating your herd peasants to lumber and the healthy ones to gold? Yeah, good.
Yes.
Okay, good.
But it's still shaky.
Yeah, you had a little bit slow reaction on Blizzard.
Yeah. Coming again, keep his scroll. I'm farming his base.
If you knew what he's doing, then you should have gone for an early tower. Nice.
No, I didn't knew until he come first time. I didn't remember the guy.
Okay,
but I remember what, like, when I played against similar guy.
Okay. So what is interesting, normally this type of player, what he's doing, it goes without they are so bad at general game mechanics that they don't make footmen at all. And they make a whole bunch of towers and they do Archmage with blood around. But this guy did this footmen at home.
Yes, I like it when we blame him. Yes, I feel better now. No mechanics, just don't build footmen.
Yeah, but it's cool, like, I've never seen this version of a Blizzard harasser before. Is it going tier 3 already?
Soon. Very soon.
So,
yeah, he's like super protecting his towers here.
You can always fast expand against a guy that doesn't use tier 1 units aggressively. You are missing big opportunity not to fast expand. the moment you see a solo Archmage at the start of the game, you and start. You immediately think my third crit jump will be. But he doesn't have footman, he cannot stop it.
Yeah, you're right. He cannot stop it, but my brain was fighting with myself in terms of like, if he gonna come Blizzard my expansion too.
It's okay. You have double income. You have double income.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
This is it's an instinctive contradiction because you're thinking I'm getting harassed, so I should reduce defensive line. What I mean is...
I'm gonna go for it, but I'm gonna do it very late, so I guess that's the first big mistake, right?
Yes,
as soon as I see Blizzard,
it's a big mistake. You've missed your window of doing it in time to stop tier 3 tech. So it feels normal if someone is always attacking to pull all defenses to one place so that you can defend more easily. But this is the contradiction of playing human. Human survives harass by having more things to harass. So if you're losing lots of peasants and you can remake with 2 town hall, it's better. But this is too late for the window because it will pay off at like 9-10 minutes. He will be close to tier 3 tech. Can we see his face?
Yeah,
he
already have castle.
A simple 4 or even 5 minute expo would have done wonders because he's literally incapable of countering it. But let's ignore that for a fact, for a little bit, and see where we are at now. So you're expanding. Can we slow down?
I don't do it. If I don't do expand early, I should not do it at all.
I think so, yes.
That's the conclusion.
Yes. Yeah, and also your sanctions look like they are not producing right now. Yeah, so some macro issues. You can make up for a lot of deficiencies in ideal counter if you just have more stuff. These towers prevent you, like all these towers are going to prevent you from ever having enough lumber to actually make workshop on time. So you have a serious lumber issue. Your peasants are also mining lumber in the wrong place. You have a lumber mill in the north of your base, but only one peasant mining
so I
it.
should always use it, right?
Yes, put it nearby. Put it nearby the lumber mill. That matters a lot. Also, guard towers you never do enough against griffins. So every guard tower you made, you have an idea that it's helping, but it's only slowing you down.
I noticed it when Griffins came, they just click and it's like half second, tower is dead.
Yes.
And then we go next.
Yeah, you would need like maybe 8 towers to stop a griffin block, but because you have 2 bases, you need 16.
I see. So basically, I'm doing a lot of harm to myself right now. With late expo, with towers, no factories. I couldn't build factories because I could also no blocks.
Harvesting wrong place, too many towers, too few peasant production, didn't make enough castle units, expo too late, not making enough peasants even now. So all that together, okay, this is macro and economy. It is quite complicated, so I can't fault you for it, but objectively there are mistakes. Okay, so then there's the scouting. Then there's scouting issue. You now have double base. I think you probably know he does not have double base. Which means
I was checking this few times.
Yeah. Did you reveal his main? Did you know he's Griffin's yet?
I think I saw one aviary, but I'm not sure. Let's see. No, I didn't. But I knew he's going to Griffins, like intuitively, because I played before.
Still helps to check if you did a reveal in his main and see it.
What if it's not Griffins? What could he that could surprise me?
Could be knights. Could be knights in your fire, I guess. Knight mortar.
Smart to not show them ever, like hide them.
I mean, he could be creeping Mountain King to level 3 with a bunch of knights mortar.
I see. Yeah.
Quite a strong build.
Scouting is still important all times.
Yeah.
Just so much, especially after Expo, and all the time needing to like protecting from Blizzard. You know, so many things. My brain was melting.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I was at this point of the game, I'm playing slow, like everything good, chill. You know, I'm happy that I'm dealing with Blizzard much better than before. I'm like, haha, he's not doing anything, not killing much of my peasants. But in like 1 minute, this thing gonna appear.
No, but that's these harass. They're never the higher MMR you go, the less damage they do. The lower you go, the more. Like they'll literally kill 10 peasants with this type of behavior at low MMR. But even for you, it has created disruption. Maybe at 2k MMR, it wouldn't create much, but it distracts a lot. So it creates a false sense of security. You have to remember that his investment of this, all throughout this game, for 12 minutes, he has used 5 population aggressively, Archmage. And you have used 20, 30, 40 to defend against it. So your satisfaction of holding okay is misplaced, I want to say. You shouldn't need to be satisfied to defend one hero correctly with a big army. The question is what is actually happening, because he is keeping you mental busy. You would have been much better prepared for all of this if his Archmage was just farming, because then you would never be distracted. So it's not so much about which unit you went. Every answer chat gave you probably would have been okay. You could have gone tanks, you could have gone Dragonhawks, and you could have gone flyings. But it's the many minutes worth of damage to self you did that made all of them less good.
I noticed that sorcerers are really good against dragons.
Yes.
Because I can catch them up after.
You didn't Stormbolt.
You gonna kill them? Yeah. I was trying to. But he gonna kill them, and later on I would not produce them, and I would regret, because like he literally can supply whatever. And whenever I show him,
you could have and should have just used flyings. I think you maybe made a judgment error that they died quickly to flying, which is true, and then you stopped making them. But you forgot that Griffins are 4 pop and that he has 8, so he has 32 pop Griffins. And so your 1 or 2 flyings, which are 1 pop, were never meant to easily win. 1 pop versus 32. Even if it's a counter, it's not going to be enough. But if you have 8 flying with 1 cannon, even though it's 4 times less pop, you will already be doing very fantastic. And flying
I just need to wait and deal as much as I can before I show my virus.
Yes, if you now just went AFK, whatever movement you're doing now doesn't matter. If your whole army was AFK and you just made non-stop flying, you already win this game automatically. But I bet if you look at your workshop now, it's not constantly producing.
And they're gonna die now in a moment. All Gyros.
So yeah, so they need the sorcerer support. Flyings are fast, but you need to pull them back when he turns around. And with turn rate, you can dodge most of it. Your Mountain King is somewhere else.
He's shaking, yeah. This guy.
He did a good job of coming with non-meta tactic and doing some distraction and some high-tech. He's an experienced player. The build is not super standard, but he knows how to do a bunch of tricks with it.
Yeah, I'm trying to have my anti-air army one side, anti-Archimage army on the second side.
Yep.
Just looking for him all the time. And I'm so busy with figuring out what should I do with dragons, what should I do with dragons.
Finally, Flak Cannon is good. The reason I asked about Panda is because when people at the higher elo try to make Gryphons work, they always take Panda second, because Panda counters flying machines with Fire Breath.
Does she counter tanks too with
Yes.
Fire Breath?
Yeah, Fire Breath is good against mechanicals because it works against mechanicals. So you would just undercommit your Griffins and try to spam Fire Breath on tanks and or flyings until they're weak enough that you can win a straight up fight against them. And in that case, Dragonhawks are most effective. But you need to again wait until you have enough. And then once you go Dragonhawks, he would then want to go for flying machines, because Dragonhawks get hard countered by flyings.
I see. So it's like constant scouting of what he's doing. But But it's
Yeah.
good to know. Like, well, now I know that towers are useless.
Yeah.
Expo only works against his strategy if it's insta. If it's not insta, just get factories faster, get as much gyros as possible
Yep.
before I first fight him.
And you can still have sorceress support, like 1 or 2 priests for healing, 2 to 3 sorceress for slow, and then a whole bunch of flyings with flank cannon and 1 attack with greater list. Armor doesn't matter because if you get shot, it just dies.
Any unit gives true sight, like towers.
Yeah, flying.
Is it like flying? Okay. It's actually very good.
Very useful for the invis too. Yeah. Yeah, if he doesn't have panda, flyings are by far the best answer. Griffins are too slow to catch up. I mean, sorry, steam tanks are too slow to catch up to him.
Yeah, it was info too. He was just flying around. I was running after him.
They win by value, which means steam tanks only work against griffins if he is forced to fight them. So if you push with 3 griffins, why do I keep saying griffins? Sorry, if you push with 3 steam tanks and a barrage.
Then I have 7.
Okay, if you push with tanks and you have an army that's taking down his ground army, and he feels forced to bring griffins to defend, then your tanks are going to get value. But so long as he's the aggressor, tanks do nothing.
I didn't know Blizzard hits them. I was like, what's going on? Why are we dying?
This guy didn't even get Paladin, Panda, or Mountain King second, just Archmage.
Feels bad, man. Meanwhile.
You went through the whole human tech tree.
I tried everything. I tried everything. Towers, gyros. Only Dragonhogs was like... But someone in chat, was advising, build Dragonhogs, build Dragonhogs. I was getting mad. Like, I just bought 7 tanks! And they are not working. It was close. I think what he did, he built those towers. I didn't know they are so strong. It's crazy.
Did you know Arcane and Cannon have 800 range? And Guard is 700. So Cannon is also very big range. And then he have fortified armor. Cannon.
So I'm gonna kill his entire base really soon. But I will not be able to do this. He just melted my tanks.
If
feels bad to lose.
If you go Dragonhawks, they are best used as a surprise counter, where you gather them all up and win at once. You can also invis all of them with Sorceress.
Ooh. That's pretty cool, so you can come close without any harm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Because if you...
I never use invis on sword.
It's very good. It's also gonna get buffed.
Yeah. He's trying to do this.
Dragonhawks can get countered by Tinker and Dark Ranger. Because Rocket and Silence interrupts their shackler.
Ah. Okay. Very good info.
Useful,
So,
useful
yeah,
for your next game against Griffins in 80 games.
I was like very happy. Oh, I'm winning this game. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Only expo left.
This guy.
He's like...
Can't you just win on this expo if you bring your army? Because if you only use tank, you lose. But what if you bring your Archmage and stuff?
Maybe I could. I just didn't expect those tanks gonna melt so fast. I never experienced that.
Really? You've never played against cannon towers?
Never. My first time, and I'm looking at my tanks, we just melt.
You know why? Because they have siege damage.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus! But it was close. You know, cannon tower have minimum attack range, I think. So if you got really close, maybe they can overtack. Am I wrong?
I think if I come with army and kill cannon towers first, and then come with tanks.
Yeah, you won the game.
Maybe I win, but I didn't know he had normal buildings, right? He could hide something, then just keep playing.
Are you getting
But maybe
eliminated?
I will win anyway.
Did you win? Shouldn't you
no.
win this?
I cannot finish. That's all my army.
Oh my god. Can't you though? You still have a lot of buildings. Oh, he's coming back with Griffins. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I have no peasants. No gold. Just...
Funny room though. Oh yeah.
Okay, now I know a lot. I'm ready.
Okay. Good luck next.
Thank you. That was really helpful.
I'm glad. Good luck, Dandy. Wait, did I hang up? Oh my god, I hung up. Hey, I didn't mean to hang up.
Sure. I maybe, yeah, it's okay.
No, I didn't mean to hang up. I meant to close the stream and say good luck, Dandy. Nice talking to you. And I just left as if I'm so busy I have to move to the next call. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought maybe you're in a rush. It's okay.
First Sing Sing ignores you and then...
It's fine because, yeah. No, Sing Sing is we are good friends. I think all good. Don't worry about that. He's just same trolling spirit, even more trolling spirit than I am. I think.
Okay. All right. Hey, Dandy. Good luck, man. See you soon.
Thank you. Yeah. See you in the ladder.
See you in ladder soon.
What's next?
You go. Are you done? I found game.
Okay.
Help.
Let's see this.
If you're still alive after this game, I'll help. Orc Midor. Let's prepare for New World Order, guys. Do you guys know the new Orc meta? This Tuesday there's a patch. Taurens. Witch Doctors and or Taurens. Is all PTR changes going through or any adjustments? I don't know. Root? Why is it root? My MMR is literally higher. Is Tower Wyvern dead strat? Yeah, it's never been good. Not once. It's never been alive. Where are you getting this? Tower Wyvern? Duh, lol is root. You could say yes. Okay. Can I play your tournament? No, you're too good. You better, bro. And then I say yes. I'm not sure you know how you can counsel me on it. Duh, at least is funny. Yes just sounds rude and unfunny. Yeah, this guy's also banned in my chat, guys. He ends every game with a plug to his own stream. He's just saying things for attention as well. Oh, looks pretty nice. He's blue. Grubby, last week you watched Top Night Elf beat by Tower Wyvern. Yeah. Top Night Elf. It's an orc actually. Playing elf. Vipers or Tardans or both? No perch. Just cheat, and then there's no purge. I want one more kill before summoning wolves, so that I save mana, because he will have a larger mana pool.
Oof.
I was just about to block.
Hmm. Oof. Is he dying here? No? Oh, he's looking for him. He's gonna cancel the heal.
Grabbein from Dunman. That's tier 3 in Bloodlust. Gonna be tier 3 game. Why do you never play BM? Yes, never. Next question.
Nice. Ooh, he's gonna kill him. He's gonna kill him right now. Oh, that's why he teleported. Yeah, that was... Wait, he can finish him off right now. Really bad. Really bad. Really bad. Really bad. Fuck, that was so... He could have caught him there. In that situation. And now the enemy is fucked. Why didn't he like fucking transform him later to kill him for sure? Oh no, actually it's fine. Yeah, that's right. He doesn't need to kill him. He didn't need to kill any of them. If they're not healed, like if they're not killed, that's fine. Because they need to heal and also restore mana.
Troll regen. Do you think he covered his rear? Exposed the rear.